Allison and Chris today.
Okay. Tom, we're going? All right. Whoa. Good evening all. Welcome to the May 6, 2025 meeting for tonight. You have 2024. I'm living in the past. If we could all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Captain Davin, could you lead us?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If we could all remain standing for a moment of silence as we have Military Appreciation Week coming up and EMS Week, Nurses Week, Teachers Week. We pray and remember those that serve us, both protect us, teach us, keep us healthy and safe, and may they all be blessed for their services. Thank you. Please be seated. Introductions will start to my right.
Good evening, Diana Quast, Town Clerk.
Good evening, Luciana Howitt, Councilwoman.
Supervisor Ed Lachterman.
Sergio Esposito, Deputy Supervisor.
Patrick Murphy, Councilman.
Susan Siegel, Councilwoman.
Good evening, Katie Krahulik, Acting Town Attorney today.
And we will let you know that Dave Paganelli will be here shortly, our Highway Superintendent. For reports for the town, I just want to briefly mention three things. First, I want to thank the Girl Scouts for recognizing the town of Yorktown for the work that we do with scouting. All of our board contributes, both Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts, and helps out as whenever possible. And we were just recognized by the Girl Scouts in our town for that service on Sunday. Sunday morning, there was also a walkathon for neurofibrosis, the Steps to Cure NF, and it was the first one up here. They met their goal of $25,000. NF is like a fibrosis disease where the patient has nerve damage and sometimes other damage caused by these fibrosis that grow in their system, and there are three different types, and it can be quite painful, and it can be quite harmful to people. So we're very happy that they're doing this, and people got together in Yorktown and had a very, very successful walk. And then I also want to thank everyone for coming to our Holocaust Remembrance event this past Thursday, May 1st. It is really, truly one of the things that we are so proud of doing in the town, and I thank all that participated, and all of our elected officials get involved in it one way or another, and I thank you all for that. Susan, we'll go down to your side of the table.
I'd like to talk about a word we talk about very frequently these days called transparency. And my comments deal specifically with two financial transparency issues, or unfortunately the lack of transparency. The first issue involves the online financial records. I was surprised to learn recently that somebody in Town Hall made the decision to stop a 16-year practice of putting the town's expense and vendor reports online, the monthly reports that had been online for 16 years. Right? This came as a surprise to me. Yes, I know that they can be, you can get them if you do a FOIL request, because they are public documents. But one, I think it's an inconvenience for the resident, and also it's very time consuming for the town staff. I know because as a resident I FOILed a lot, and I know the procedure. It goes to the clerk's office, then to the other department, then back to the clerk's office. It's very time consuming. It's much more efficient if it's just online. One of the reasons I was told why they're not going to go online is that, well, other municipalities don't do it. That's not a reason that I think makes much sense. Yorktown doesn't necessarily do what other municipalities do. They don't do what we always do. We're very unique, and we have public informational hearings at the planning board, which are not required by state law, but we do that. Other municipalities don't. Other municipalities use state police. We use our own police. They have appointed highway superintendents and town clerks. Yorktown prefers to elect them. So the argument that we shouldn't do it because others don't do it doesn't make sense. So I asked the supervisor to work with the finance department and put these back online, which I think if the town wants to be transparent, I don't see any reason why they shouldn't be
Well,
transparent.
Susan, since you
Well,
threw it over to me.
can I finish my
Well,
other
let me
comment?
address it since you threw it over to me. I have spoken to finance, I've looked at the other towns, and I've spoken to some of our cybersecurity people. The issue with having it posted online is that people have been, and I think this actually already happened in planning, if I'm not mistaken, John, you could nod your head, where someone utilized our vendor information to send out a bill to someone who was on the agenda for the planning board, and ended up scamming them out of money using the vendor name and the town, saying that this is what it was for.
But
So-
if I get a FOIL request, if I submit a FOIL request and get that information
At-
because it's
at
a public
least we could-
document,
at least we could-
I get the name of
At
the
least we
company.
now have something for our police to go on to track down. So there's, and I've asked for our cybersecurity experts to look into it a little more. And, out of the safety of our residents who are coming before the town, I think the inconvenience of foiling, if anyone is as so much interested in it, versus them being scammed out of their hard-earned money, takes a precedence. So, it's
I
not
don't-
just someone making the decision because other towns don't do it. There's a reason other towns don't, and that's exactly what it is. There's a security risk.
Get some protection for their
Since the information is available, will be available anyhow, I don't see how that's a reason. And then you could always then do the expense reports. The expense reports, I can't remember if the expense report, which just lists the department and what the department was, and the invoices. And I think that for transparency, I think it is something that has been done for 16 years, and I don't see a problem. Let me go on to the second issue, all right, that I think needs addressing,
must
and
have
that's
landed
the
on the wrong
incorrect information on the April tax bill that we recently got. That was brought to my attention by a very sharp-eyed resident, because I must admit that I wasn't aware of the issue. I didn't notice the issue, okay? According to the tax bill, there was a 6.6% increase in our town tax rate. That's the same rate that was used at the December budget hearing, and it's the rate that shows up on the tax bill. When you do the arithmetic and you use the right numbers, it was a 7.4% increase. I'm not concerned about the percentage increase. That's not my issue. The issue is not what the increase was. My issue is that the town used the wrong number in December when it said it was a 6.6 increase, and then they perpetuated that same error in the April tax bill. The calculation was there in March when they actually decided what the rate would be. It was a mistake. They used the wrong number. I'm not going to go into the weeds to explain it. It's very simple arithmetic. It's two numbers: the amount of the tax levy that you have to raise and the assessed value, and you just divide. It's that simple. The town used the wrong assessed value number, roughly $840,000 more than what it was. So by having a higher assessment, it lowered the tax rate. And then you compare the town had the right number in December, in October, basically when it was working on the budget. I don't know why the wrong number was used.
Susan, you just talked about transparency, and we're on the board with you, and a constituent brought an issue to you, and I've never even seen this.
Well, I'm bringing.
And it's May 6th.
This may, I think,
just wanna name
I
that.
think what she might be saying is this might not be the appropriate way to notify the entire board.
Or I'm sorry that this constituent didn't have us all looking
Well,
into
I-
it for the last 3.5 weeks.
I think
give
I
you
would
an
like,
answer.
I would like the
'Cause you seem
town
to
to
not have
look
the
into
answer.
why the wrong
Correct,
number
but
was
it's been 3
used.
weeks that you do not have an answer, that this other
Okay, all right,
person
all
with
right.
the
Do me a
tax bill
favor.
did not get an answer.
Let's,
I
let's-
just-
But she's not wrong. Luciano's not wrong.
I'm sorry.
I know she's
Did
not.
you speak to Janelle about it?
It's not Janelle, it would be the
'Cause I would
assessor
be- I
or
mean,
the
I
tax.
would like to share the information.
Hold on,
You would
guys,
too. You
guys,
could shake your head at
please,
me. If it was
please.
you as
Well, I'd like-
you went
I'd
to
like-
one of us, I hope you would think that we would all get to the bottom of it, not wait 3 weeks to say it as one of our, hey, do you know what's going on in Yorktown? That's probably not the place for it.
I think somebody in the town, my assumption, my
I don't know. We should move on.
Assumption.
I think you
why
Let her
why that error was made, and then I will have some other comments later on as we go through some resolutions. But I think transparency has always been an important issue for me, and I think the reason, the explanation of who made, I'm not concerned about who made the mistake.
All right,
but it's
Susan, I
like
will look
who
into
made
it. Thank
and
you for,
how
thank you for
much
letting
they
me
made.
know that it was brought up to you.
Thank you.
All right. On a happier note,
Thank you.
hey, Ed, I just want to thank you. You did a great job with the Holocaust Remembrance. You did a great job, and Thalia did a great job. And you know what? The ribbon cutting for Steps to Cure NF, it was, I learned a lot about that disease. And that whole idea of the walkathon was to bring NF to the forefront so that more people know about it. So you did a good job, Ed.
Thank you.
So what we're going to have on May 10th, Mother's Day, is Sarah's smiling. It's all about the plant sale, okay? You'll see me there. I'll buy my 2 flats and move on. But they have the Garden Club has a plant sale right across from Burger King and Suburban Liquor. So they're open from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. So go down there and get some plants for your mothers.
So I got an in with the Garden Club. So they're saving me the 3 big ones. 3 big ones I got.
So, and then the last is Fam Jam is going to be on Commerce Street right down here where San Gennaro Fest is, and it's going to be on Saturday from 12 to 8. It's a family event. Last year there was about 1,000 people there, and primarily it was families with little kids. There's a whole section with face painting, local arts and crafts, and food trucks. And then there's a band there that, if you like the Allman Brothers, Soul Shine's going to be playing at around 5 o'clock to close the event. So, but we have a very long night, and I'm going to wrap it up.
All right. Well, I just wanted to congratulate all the youth athletes in our high schools that are seniors. The last couple of weeks have seen a bunch of senior nights. That's when they're honored with their team and everything like that. Baseball, lacrosse, even flag football. I was at one the other night. It was quite touching, and it's kind of like a double-edged sword for me. My son's graduating as well. And I don't know if I should be happy or sad, but we'll see if I cry on graduation day, which I know I'm going to. The Yorktown High School, again, these kids are amazing. I would love to say that I did stuff like this when I was their age. Yorktown High School, the girls' lacrosse team had an event called 15 for Life, and that's to raise awareness for mental health. You want to tell the story quickly of 15 for Life?
Oh, so 15 for Life. Robert Cavett is a neighbor of ours, grew up. He ended up passing away, and so he was a 3-time All-American up at Syracuse, very active in the community when he moved to Florida, and this is to bring awareness for mental health. He committed suicide, and this is all, the family has taken the ball and run with it. The community has backed them up 100%. Jeff, you met Jeff.
I met Jeff.
Jeff goes around
Several
to
times.
multiple schools, a week, just bringing awareness to it. So it's a great event, and the organization that the Cavetts have started, it's awesome.
And the number 15 is particularly significant
Oh yeah, so
because he had one sister and 5 brothers, and so he wore the number 15
College.
through his college
And high school,
career
too.
and high school. Yeah. Elite Dental had their 25-year anniversary. They're right across the street, so they are great people, and we congratulate them on 25 years of being in business. Hashtag open for business, right, Ed?
Absolutely.
Miraggio's is open. Please head on over there. They were actually in planning last night, and they were just approved for a very nice outdoor dining initiative that they have that's going to be really nice. So we're happy that that space has been filled after so many years. And we also had the Arbor Day, right? Nobody mentioned Arbor Day, which was very nice. The 4th and 5th graders, look around you, you'll see. I particularly like the trees with the mussels on them. But you could see, yeah, I love it. That's the one I picked, but I didn't win. So just take a look around at the posters that these kids produced and their mindsets. It's actually quite wonderful. Ed, you really the Holocaust remembrance. I got to tell you, he mentioned it. Just a fantastic job, remembering what happened and actually seeing somebody who has actually lived through it and listening to them tell their stories, and it's sad, but it's breathtaking. I'll say, not in a positive way. On how evil things could become if we're not careful. Right now, Lakeland High School, the lacrosse girls lacrosse team is playing John Jay. Let's wish them luck. I hope they win. Thank you.
Very good.
I think you guys covered pretty much all of it. I think we could start this meeting.
Great.
It's great to see everyone. It's been a while.
All right. We'll start with our presentations. Yorktown Volunteer Ambulance Corps. Captain Davin. Chief Davin, sorry. Chief Davin.
Okay, thank you for inviting us here this evening to recognize some of our members and to celebrate Yorktown Volunteer Ambulance Corps' 62 years of service to the community. Since 1963, YVAC has been providing emergency medical care to the people of Yorktown. In our 62-year history, we have grown to be one of the most respected EMS providers in the Hudson Valley region. Each of us, whether a founding member, a life member, a riding member, or a probationary member, is proud of our individual and combined contribution to this effort. Now, looking back at 2024, YVAC once again experienced an unprecedented rise in calls for assistance in the town of Yorktown. Our call volume was 1,732 calls, which was the second highest in our call history. We transported 1,330 patients to local hospitals, each in the same professional and prudent manner that we've done in the past. 427 were transported advanced life support, 903 transported basic life support. We logged over 12,900 miles and responded outside our district for 161 mutual aid calls to other communities. Our members volunteered a total combined of 9,900 hours, which does not begin to consider the hours spent to run the many committees necessary to help the Corps function. As we start our 62nd year, we reflect on what we have done and what we should do to continue our tradition of service. There are many new things for us to do, and it will continue to be a challenge to provide the quality care that we demand from ourselves. We're all proud of what we have accomplished and are excited by the challenges of the future. It has been a good year for YVAC. Our EMS provider strategy is working. The skills of our members are impressive. We're on the leading edge of EMS technologies, and we're advancing in the right direction. I would like to express my appreciation to an especially talented team of EMS professionals whose collective efforts continue to produce impressive results. I would now ask Tina Harbach, our board chairperson, to join me with some of the presentations. First member being honored tonight is Barbara Santoro, who is receiving her 20 Years of Active Service Award. Barbara is a life member and a member of the board of directors. Barbara, would you join us? That's your list.
Yay, Barbara!
Certificates of appreciation are being presented to the following individuals in grateful appreciation of their total riding hours in 2024. Our members are required to be on duty at YVAC 24 hours per month or 288 hours annually. The following members far exceeded their 288 hours.
Jeff Siegel, 478 hours.
That's it, Jeff? That's all the hours? Oh, yeah, good. I knew there was something, knowing your ranking.
We want to see you next year double.
And we have Bob Flavin, who couldn't be here with us tonight, 507 hours.
Amazing.
And last but not least, we have Rich Cariello, 357 hours.
557.
557. I don't have my glasses on.
Yay, Rich.
200 hours gone right off the top.
And just a small comment on these two individuals. These two individuals are both on their 51st year of active service, meaning they're putting in their hours every year.
And they like each other.
Guys, stand together. Let me get a picture.
They were doing the horse and buggy thing.
Big smiles, big smiles.
Thank you for your service.
Okay. Next, certificates of appreciation are being presented to the following individuals in grateful appreciation of their total YVAC calls for service in 2024. These numbers reflect the actual number of calls an individual responded to while on duty or as a pager call.
Mike Ryan, 106 calls.
Nice, Mike.
And
Flavin.
Bob Flavin, once again, can't be here, 184 calls.
Yeah, I want to say he's not here because he's on a call.
He's out, though. We hear him out there. And Chief Davin, is it two? I don't know.
219.
200.
Okay, Chief.
219. You get a picture?
Okay.
Everybody smile.
Say safety.
Excellent. Thank you.
Are you guys all going to go on that bike ride with my husband?
Some of them are.
No.
No. Tina, I'm not going either.
And I just would like to mention something. Last night we had a board of directors meeting, and I don't want anything lost on any of you all, but for the first time in our history, and I've been there for a couple years, and we passed over $1 million budget, and we received no funding from the town. We raise all our monies through donations and from billing, and that was quite an accomplishment last night to get the budget through and be able to support the budget. And you know, when I was driving home, I was like,
Impress.
time we ever did that. So
Yeah.
Impressive.
you know,
Without cuts.
Yeah.
One last item I want to say, we are always looking for new members. I see all kinds of people who are join some club or get involved.
Fresh meat?
Yes. If you're interested, please go to our website, yvac.net, and fill out an application. We're always happy to entertain new individuals. Thank you all to our past members for their service, and all our current and active members and their families for our commitment to your community. Thanks again to the town board for your support and commitment over the years, and hopefully we'll keep on going. Thank you very much.
You do a
Thank
great
you.
job, Rick.
So Rick, I just want to say, as you know, my brother-in-law served on the PD, and he said it. I've heard many guys say it, but I want to just give a little shout-out, throwback to Tom Diana, who would always say on the job once you heard, YVAC on the way, you felt relief. You knew that help was on the way, and that quality care was coming to help people in their darkest hours. So, thank you for you, your entire team, all of our volunteers with YVAC, and God bless you all.
Again, it's 100% volunteer.
All right. Next up, the Flower House. Myra and Ken Marsoci. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a tough act to follow.
Yes.
So, if I'm being transparent, I jotted down a few notes, but I'm going to just say a couple of things. So this recognition stems from the donation that we have made for the last 3 years for Flowers for the Holocaust Remembrance. It's our farm, Flower Farm, up on White Hill Road. It's only been 3 years. This is going on our 4th year. So, again, not quite the numbers that those guys just put up, but
Still significant.
But it's exciting that we're recognized this early on for community involvement. And so we're very happy about that. We would like to thank the town and thank the board for that recognition, and look forward to more community involvement in the future. Just a couple other facts about the farm for people that might not know. It's also a pollinator habitat. It's organic flowers. Talking about mental health a lot tonight. Flowers are a great source for mental health awareness and just an improvement.
Ken, where exactly are you located? Let people know where you're located.
At 1225 White Hill Road.
Okay.
And your hours?
Well, good question. Monday through Saturday, 9 to 5. Yeah, we're open. It's spring, so we're open. But basically, Monday through Saturday, 9 to 5.
Are you open to having events there? Like I'm a somatic practitioner. Like if I wanted a mental health or a parent group of some sort.
Yes, we're open to that. We do workshops for people. It is a work in progress. We are building the farm from scratch, and as you know, plants aren't like that. We have to slowly build, and we're doing it all ourselves. And I just wanted to say that some of you have discovered us, and I hope that many more people do, but one of the great pleasures we have is sharing the moments that everyone needs flowers for, whether they're celebratory or significant moments in people's lives, or a Holocaust remembrance, or a death in the family. Every arrangement of flowers, every gift of flowers, we know is coming with a message of love, and that is what keeps us going and keeps doing it. So we really hope that more people can become involved in whatever way seems appropriate. We are not just a widget stamp go kind of place. We are building it with mindfulness, thoughtfulness, and it all started out of a need to give back to ourselves. We're 30-year career horticulturists, but when dementia entered our world, we needed something even more, and we do see that mental health, flowers, gardening, the flowers do the talking for people, that words just don't seem to connect enough. So these flowers send lots of messages out there with love, and that's why we don't just buy in, ship, import, because those flowers are missing a bit of soul. And we have the best area in the Hudson Valley to be growing seasonal local flowers. So that's what our mission is to get those flowers out to people, whether they're in the form of plants, cut flowers, or seeds, or tubers, or whatever it is.
Beautiful.
We have a website?
Yes, www.theflowerhouse10547.com. We know that's Mohegan Lake zip code. That's where we started, and then we found the link
All right.
to the farm. Yeah. So
All yours,
we
Tim.
don't want to mess up the Google. They found us at 10547. So, but now we're at 10598.
Well, I personally want to thank you because, as I was talking about before, I feel one of the most important things we do is bring forward the Holocaust Remembrance event because, history is what guides us, shapes us, and gives us a star to steer by. And over the past few years, with the help of the clerk's office, your contact, just adding some of those little something extras and the daffodils and having that is part of the ceremony. It's for the last 3 years, we've gotten the comments, actually 4 years, because 1 year someone may have clipped the flowers from outside. But
I'm not admitting to that.
okay. Well, I didn't say your name, but
If you see me on camera.
so every one of our survivors the last 4 years that we've been doing it have commented on how much it meant, how beautiful it was, and that it made that night even more special for them. So I do want to present this certificate of appreciation.
What do they represent?
Go on, Diana.
How is that?
Now you got to talk now.
I want to personally thank you on behalf of the town clerk's office for donating them each year to us. It absolutely makes the room very emotional, but it's in remembrance of all the children that were killed during that time.
Yes, that's what the daffodils represent.
So I have this for you, and Maura and Diana, if you can join me up there. Maura, no,
Come on, Maura.
I know who's running.
Get up there, Maura. We're going to take your picture, too. I got news for you.
Thank you so much.
Let me get a picture. Big smiles. Big smiles. There we go. Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Brittany and Cheryl, Lupus Awareness Month.
Hello. Hi.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. My name is Cheryl Sanchez. My daughter, Brittany, and I have been residents of Yorktown for 20 years now, 21 this year. And we would like to thank the town board for proclaiming May Lupus Awareness Month.
Hello, I'm Brittany Sanchez. I graduated, believe it or not, Yorktown High School 2011. So it's been a while.
Looks like last week, though.
But in 2020, I was diagnosed with lupus, an autoimmune disease that has no cure. An autoimmune disease means your immune system that's made to protect you against sickness gets confused and attacks your own body instead. In lupus, it can attack any organ system and can affect each person differently. This makes it hard to diagnose and often difficult to treat. May is Lupus Awareness Month, so every year we try to bring attention to this complex disease. In addition, May is also the recognized month for mental health, anxiety, arthritis, fibromyalgia, hypermobility disorders, and more. Why am I mentioning this? Because lupus and other chronic conditions oftentimes coexist. Many people have multiple physical and mental conditions that affect their daily lives.
People with chronic illness can find it difficult to navigate the healthcare system, to get a diagnosis, and to find treatment. Many symptoms of these conditions are often invisible, meaning you can look at someone and not know that they have any illness. These symptoms can come and go, and they can make it difficult for people to perform the activities of daily living or to work regularly. For all of these reasons, not only is it important to be an advocate for yourself, for your own health care, but it's also important to be an advocate for others. This includes learning about and supporting programs such as Social Security, disability, Medicaid, local support services such as offices of disability, nonprofit organizations in our very own community that can assist people that have chronic illness.
So proclamations such as these that we are getting today in local communities are so important so that we can educate people about this lifelong disease that has no cure and bring resources and support to those living with it. We invite you to join us at our Health and Wellness Fair, Sunday, May 18th at FDR State Park from 11 to 2. It's free to attend, and you can learn more about lupus and the many services in Westchester that support those with chronic illnesses. For more information, visit lupusawareness.com.
You're so good at this.
And I do have the proclamation as spoken about. I will go through it quickly. Whereas lupus is an unpredictable and misunderstood autoimmune disease that can cause severe damage to the tissue and organs in the body, and in some cases death, and whereas more than 5 million people worldwide suffer the devastating effects of this cruel and mysterious disease, and each year over 100,000 young women, men, and children around the world are newly diagnosed with lupus, and whereas medical research efforts into lupus and the discovery of safer, more effective treatments for lupus patients are underfunded in comparison with diseases of comparable magnitude and severity, and whereas many physicians worldwide are unaware of symptoms of health effects of lupus, causing people to suffer for many years before they obtain a correct diagnosis and medical treatment, and whereas there is an urgent need to increase awareness in communities worldwide of the debilitating impacts of lupus, now therefore I, Edward A. Lachterman, do hereby declare that May is hereby designated as Lupus Awareness Month, with lupus organizations calling for increases in public and private sector funding for medical research and recognition of lupus as a significant public health issue. Signed by me this day in behalf of the entire town board. And I don't know if I shared in the past, but my sister-in-law had dealt with exactly this, trying to figure out the diagnosis, what was happening, only to find out it was lupus after, I believe, 3 years of dealing with the symptoms. Devastating disease, affects everyone differently, and, I pray for the research to find the cure. And thank you for your fight and keeping it in front of everyone and making sure that people understand it. It's very much appreciated. Thank you.
And you said what time till 2? 11 to 2?
11 to 2.
Perfect.
Yes.
Where is it?
FDR State Park. And this is unfortunately something that we hear all the time whenever we talk about advocacy like this. So many people with lupus go years without diagnosis.
Yeah, they think it's what, fibromyalgia, this, that, yeah. Same thing goes with like tick bites and other things that then lead up to these.
Yeah, I myself was working for 2 years trying to figure it out until I had a significant event where my life changed completely. And I told my doctor to test me again in that point, and I might not be diagnosed if I didn't advocate for myself. So
Amazing.
Go to the next doctor, speak up for yourself, do your research, even if you feel like you're going to be annoying. I went there with my binder of stuff, and you just keep at it because you are your best advocate.
Amen.
Great. Thank you, ladies.
Great girl.
You guys are a nice 1-2 punch.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Great job.
We have a photographer over there.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanna-
Let me get one too. Ed, turn around. All right, here we go. 1, 2,
Say
3.
purple.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
That's our job, go Knicks.
Yeah.
Yeah, go Knicks.
Go Knicks. They've been stressing me out for 30 years.
Oh, God.
They stole one last night.
They've been stressing me out for 30 years, if not more.
I was 7 the last time they won, so.
Yeah. It's,
All right. Next up, Lynn Briggs for the Rochambeau Festival with our Heritage and Preservation Commission.
how are you?
Good. How are you?
Very good.
Good evening. I'm Lynn Briggs, Chairman of the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission and the Washington Rochambeau Revolutionary Route New York organization. I would like to first acknowledge the folks I've been working with at the Grange, particularly my planning counterpart, Chair of the Rochambeau Planning Committee, Anne Marie Sasso. Many of you may know her. She's an animal lover and just a fantastic person. And of course, we work with Mark Franks, the Grange Master, and Operations Leader Josh Davies. So we're here tonight to show you give the highlights of the third annual Rochambeau Festival. It's in 11 days. It's on May 17th, May 18th. It's Saturday and Sunday. It's 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. each day at Rochambeau Park, which is also known as the Yorktown Grange Fairgrounds. This is a community event jointly hosted by our commission, the Yorktown Heritage Preservation Commission, the Yorktown Museum, John C. Hart Memorial Library, Parks and Recs, the Refuse Building Fire Police, and the Volunteer Ambulance Corps organizations. And of course, the Washington Rochambeau Revolutionary Route Group and our venue partner, the Yorktown Grange. This annual event, we think, offers something for everybody, adults, kids, families, and history enthusiasts. The goal is to make the first half signature event, which is the Rochambeau Festival, much like the Grange Fair, which is in the second half of the year. The event also supports 2026, the nation's semi-quincentennial commemoration of our 250th anniversary of our independence from Great Britain. The specific purpose of the event is to educate our communities through living history about the pivotal role that General Rochambeau and the French Army, there were about 5,300 men who came to help us, and General Washington and the Continental Army in the role that they played in defeating the British at the Battle of Yorktown, and that's Yorktown, Virginia. And they were able to help us win the freedom for our 13 American colonies. That defeat was the beginning of the end of the Revolutionary War. Now, our Yorktown is a part of that important history. Why? General Rochambeau and the French Army encamped right here in 5 different locations on the forward march to Yorktown, Virginia, and in 4 locations on the return march after defeating the British in the Battle of Yorktown. While the event is educational, we've designed it to be a 2-day fun-filled, immersive experience. Visitors who come there can greet and meet on their mounts General Rochambeau, General Washington, diplomat Benjamin Franklin, and you can even meet Robert Erskine, who was General Washington's map maker. Our event will be attended by both French and American dignitaries. Among them include the French Consul General from New York, Raphael de Gouverville, the 7th-generation grandson of General Rochambeau, and Thierry Canu, who's the president of the American Society of Les Souvenirs Français. That's the organization that respects in death the French soldiers who served with the Continental Army right here in America. We're going to do something a little different this year during our kickoff, which is day 1 at noontime. The dignitaries will participate in a moderated discussion about the motivations and the lasting impacts of the Franco-American alliance. That's the 1778 treaty between America and France, providing our fledgling nation with vital support, supplies, troops, and naval assistance, contributing to our American Revolutionary victory against the British. For the kids, guess what? They will be able to meet and greet animals of the day. We will have 2 new oxen, Aries and Zeus. Oak and Birch are now retired. So we have 2 new ones, and then the kids will be able to see them demonstrate heavy hauling. And for the kids, we'll have a guess the weight of the oxen contest. Kids will be able to pet the horses, take selfies, feed or hug the goats, chickens, duck, and geese. And they'll even be able to participate in bread, milk, cheese, butter, and candle making, just like the kids did in the 1700s right here in Yorktown. And a new feature we have are colonial toys, which the kids can play, and they can even purchase them. And they can even do a personal project with Billy the Blacksmith. A bus will take guests on a guided tour from Rochambeau Park every hour on the hour to Yorktown's French encampment, Army encampments, and other historic sites. And we want to thank Bird Bus Sales for their generous sponsorship of bus transportation for the Rochambeau Festival. We'll hold a history hunt. Kids and their families will be able to sharpen their history knowledge. How do they do that? By solving a history quiz to win prizes. The answers will come by visiting reenactors, dignitaries, the animal caretakers, asking probing questions to get the answers to the quiz. And finally, guests can wander the grounds, visit exhibitors, and snack on French and American food, such as Leela's Crepes. Grab a specialty hot dog from Dogology. Scoop up some homemade ice cream from the Blue Pig Ice Cream. And they can even have a glass of French wine from Suburban Wines, paired with a charcuterie from Uncle Giuseppe's. All for $15, a carload for all-day parking. So please, bring your family, your friends, and join us on May 17th and 18th at the 3rd Annual Rochambeau Festival. Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn.
Very nice.
I do want to give a shout out. Last year it was just amazing. And the Ben Franklin was, oh my God, he was spot on. But I had a great time there. Unfortunately, as I already told you, Cal and I can't be there. I know Sergio will be attending in my place,
Great.
but
We can look forward to it.
we will try to get there on Sunday.
Kid and I will be there too.
Perfect.
I have
Great.
I have a nice relationship with one of Anne Marie's geese from.
I saw that.
I saw that too.
Took off in your arms. the
Yes,
last time I
we
saw it.
but we
was like,
we
put the
became
cat down.
we became friends. So I'm definitely looking forward to getting over there and seeing you. So,
Great.
but nothing but success, and I put in the order for some great weather for you. So,
Perfect. Thank
okay?
you.
No,
Thanks
but
so much.
thank you.
All right.
Thanks,
you.
Lynn.
Thank you.
Sounds amazing, doesn't it?
It is amazing. You're gonna have a great time.
Sounds amazing. It's just-
We're gonna make our own butter.
All right,
I
and
can't-
now, last but not least on our presentations, Amy Swan from our museum.
You lost internet, right?
You can wing it, Amy.
That's okay. All right. Come on.
Hi. I'm
Hello.
Lisa from the Yorktown Museum. If you haven't been, you should go because it's very different and it's also very much the same.
Amy, I'm sorry. If you direct at the board, they'll hear because the mic.
Okay.
All right.
Hi.
Thank you.
Hi.
So some of you I've seen at the museum and some of you I have not, but hopefully everyone will get to visit again. Our next exhibit is the Memorial Day exhibit, and currently we have the Women of Yorktown. So we're trying to do things that are very Yorktown centric and that are also very community centric, as in like getting more names and well, anyway. Okay, so I'm here to tell you about the Lego contest that the museum is holding. It's the first one ever, and it's going to be open to the community. Kids of all ages can participate, and we're going to have the theme is masterpiece. So it really depends on what you think is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
It can be anything that your imagination comes up with. So art, theater, anything, anything. There'll
Sounds
be
amazing.
prizes. Yeah, I think it'll be good because it'll have kids being able to use their imaginations and Legos, of course, and then bring it into the museum. And so therefore everybody can see the museum and there'll be a contest and
So hold
prizes.
on,
and all
Amy.
that kinds of
Does
things.
this mean all those loose pieces that I have from all the sets that my children never used
Break them out.
could be used for this? I mean, I probably have enough for most of the community if you guys want to come pick it up in my office.
And the nice thing is,
And
you
then
glue
that's
it.
what the masterpiece is. It's
Yeah, and
not
you-
like
yeah.
put the daffodils and the roses together and bring that in. It's legit use the
You have to build it.
Yes.
and make whatever you
Whatever
think.
you think is a mess.
Yes.
Oh.
So it can be really pretty much anything.
Just anything you want. So that's great. And so
This is great.
the event is happening at the museum, or they build this stuff and bring
We're
it
going
to
to
the
build
museum?
the stuff at home
Okay.
and bring it to the museum. We're going to have an online registration and then a time period where they can bring it in and then a time period where it's going to get judged and then, of course, the time period when then it can get the prizes. And
Do we have a way to have
That
like a
sounds great.
bin at the museum so if a family who may have not bought extra Legos or doesn't have them because they are expensive
Yes.
wants to collect them where we can donate some random pieces?
That is definitely something that we're open to.
All right, maybe
because-
I'll reach out to
yeah.
you offline then.
Yeah, I think
Just
that's a
to
good
say
idea.
maybe that's a good place to have it.
Yeah,
I see you
'cause-
already.
And the good thing is that
Because they are expensive.
they're going to be glued, and so therefore they're not going to be in your home anymore on your floor because they're going to be glued into the
And
floor.
I just talked my way into giving you my loose pieces too. So this is gonna be great.
And
Solutions. The museum provides solutions.
Whose idea it was, Liam's.
Yes. All right. So the important part about this is that my docent Liam is the one who came up with this idea.
That's great.
Yes. Yeah. He is.
Oh, he's gonna be so excited. Does he get to be the judge?
Nope. No. No. He because he would probably be partial to someone who builds something Star Wars related. So we can't have any kind of partiality. So
Gotcha.
Gotcha.
yeah, I think Diana's going to be deciding the judges, and yeah, we'll see.
Okay.
All
and
right,
when
it
is
sounds
this?
great. I really, it's amazing that the museum is putting stuff out like this. This is fantastic. Thank
Yeah,
you for
I'm
doing
really
it.
hoping for a lot more community engagement for the museum, to have more people participate in different workshops. I'm hoping to reach out to people of all ages. The museum is great for younger kids, but it's also good for senior citizens because it's a nice place to hang out during the day. There's beautiful books that they can look at and all kinds of genealogy and history of Yorktown.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah.
So let me know when you guys announce it, and we'll see if we could.
Yeah, there's a lot of details that
get
I'm
it
not going
some
to bother
recognition
everyone
and
with.
stuff.
It'll be online. It'll be on our website. It'll be on our Facebook page. I'll put it in all the different groups that I put
And
all
I'll
my
call you
stuff
for all
on.
my extra Lego.
Great. Any other questions?
I do. And just as a side note, we are going to be starting our program with Ability Beyond on May 14th at the museum.
Oh, cool.
Fantastic.
Yeah. The museum's a very good place for people with all different abilities because it's nice and it's open and there's nothing delicate that they have to worry about, and it's just a very nice, welcoming environment for all kinds of people.
Well, I do once again give kudos to you, Diana, Anna, working with this. Just really one of the more important aspects of how the museum could touch everyone's life and in a very positive way. So thank you for that.
Yeah, and everyone should come. We're open Monday through Friday, 9 to 4.
Brilliant.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have some proclamations as we recognize first National Military Appreciation Month. Patrick, I think that's
me?
you.
Okay. So this is a proclamation for the 6th day of May 2025. Whereas the United States Congress has designated the month of May National Military Appreciation Month, and we join this tribute by acknowledging the many accomplishments and dedications that members of the military have made during their time of service. And whereas the brave servicemen and women, their families, their loved ones have immeasurable sacrifices to protect the freedoms that we enjoy. And whereas the Military Appreciation Month is intended to honor and recognize the contributions and the sacrifices made by past and present military personnel in the Army, the Marine Corps, the Navy, the Air Force, Space Force, Coast Guard, National Guard, in addition to their spouses, their families, including those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas these servicemen and veterans are true leaders in our communities who impart courage, honor, valor, dignity, and during the Military Appreciation Month, we are reminded of their essential roles in the United States Armed Forces have played in the history and the development of our great nation and the world. And now, therefore, I, Ed Lackerman, declare May is Military Appreciation Month and condemn its observance to all citizens.
Thank you, Patrick. Patrick, you do me a favor? I do see a retired member of our Air Force sitting in the second row. Len, would you take
Hi,
this
Glenn.
and maybe you could bring that to the American Legion post on your next visit? Thank you so much, Len. And do we just while we're there? Do we have any other military in the room? Please raise your hand or stand up. Oh, we have two back there. Thank you for your service.
Thank you for
God
your
bless.
service.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So next, although our military are very important, we know behind them and keeping things in order. We will now recognize Military Spouse Appreciation Day.
Whereas military spouses take on different roles like teacher, financial planner, culinary specialist, and more, many sacrifice their own career to keep their family unit together. They fill critical job roles in the government, hospitals, and in their local communities, as well as coaches and in peer support roles. And whereas the role of the military spouse can be very challenging as they relocate the family and attend military events when called on, and often with little notice. Being a military spouse is not just a description based upon a husband or a wife's job. It's a total lifestyle commitment that requires each spouse to have his or her own sense of duty, honor, and patriotism. And whereas America's military spouses are the backbone of the families who support our troops during mission, deployment, reintegration, and reset, military spouses are silent heroes who are essential to the nation's strength, and they serve our country just like their loved ones. And whereas, as Military Spouse Appreciation Day, we realize the profound importance of spouse commitment to the readiness and well-being of service members on active duty and in the National Guard and Reserve. Now, therefore, I, Edward A. Lackerman, do hereby declare that May 6th is Military Spouse Appreciation Day and call upon the residents of Yorktown to honor military spouses with appropriate ceremonies and activities.
So I know Kelly Slater was supposed to be here, as our Assemblyman Matt Slater is also currently serving in the Navy. Do we have any spouses of anyone in active duty here, though, today?
I can drop it off to her if you like.
Well, yeah, we could give that to her. Sure. Thank you. And we will get that dropped off to Kelly. Thank you. All right. Next, I would like to recognize Jewish American Heritage Month. Whereas during May, our nation celebrates Jewish American Heritage Month to highlight the inspiring history of Jewish Americans and amplify joyful, powerful stories of Jewish life in America. And whereas Jewish people, often fleeing persecution, have played a vital role in American history since the country's founding, Jewish Americans are racially, ethnically, socially, politically, and economically diverse and include many people of color. And New York State is home to approximately 960,000 Jews, one of the nation's largest Jewish population. And whereas honoring Jewish American Heritage Month must also include acknowledging the pain and anguish every Jewish American is experiencing now because of attacks on Jews at home and abroad. And whereas there has been a dramatic increase in anti-Semitic incidents involving Jewish Americans since the October 7th, 2023 terrorist attack on Israel by Hamas and Israel's response in Gaza, more than 10,000 incidents. These incidents include physical attacks, verbal and physical harassment, and vandalism. And whereas the town of Yorktown shares an obligation to condemn and combat anti-Semitism wherever it exists and to stand with the Jewish American community against hatred and bigotry, now therefore I, Edward A. Lacterman, proclaim May as Jewish American Heritage Month and further proclaim that we should promote human dignity and confront hate whenever and wherever it occurs. And this proclamation I am going to give to the daughter of our Judge Cohen, Judge Pearson, Cohen-Pearson, Talia, who was a speaker at our Holocaust Remembrance event. And if you missed it, I highly recommend going on our website to look at it. Here is a Yorktown High School senior with very, very unbelievable understanding of what is happening today, and she goes out and speaks on the circuit and combats anti-Semitism every chance she gets. A very brave young lady. So we will get this to Talia.
She is amazing.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, last but not least, whereas mental health is an essential part of overall well-being, impacting individuals, families, and communities across the nation. And whereas, as an example, nearly 60 million adults experienced a mental illness in the past year, with nearly 13 million reporting serious thoughts of suicide. In 2024, over 5.2 million teens experienced a major depressive episode, yet more than half did not even receive treatment. And whereas despite its prevalence and mental health remains still shrouded into a stigma, preventing many from seeking help, early intervention and access to quality care are crucial for managing mental health conditions and improving quality of life. And whereas May is recognized as nationally as Mental Health Awareness Month, providing an opportunity to raise awareness, combat the stigma, and promote mental health resources. Now, therefore, I, on behalf of Ed A. Lackerman, do hereby declare that May is a National Mental Health Awareness Month and encourage all citizens, private businesses, and nonprofit organizations to join in activities and to take action to strengthen the mental health of our community.
Great. Thank you, Jana. Do we have our representative from NAMI here today? We normally have someone show up. No. All right. Well, Luciana, as you are a health professional, would you
I'll
please?
put it in my office, yes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
That's Jean McGrath is
Yeah.
Yeah, I usually come for that. I'll call her.
All right. Next up, our poet laureate, who's not here, but I think that Sergio, did you have a poem from him?
Yeah, I have one. Just so you guys know, there's a mental health awareness. You could text 988, and they're open 24/7. Most suicide things really only need somebody to step in only for a minute to build some time between an actual moment where the person is contemplating it. It only takes a little. You put a little daylight between the moment that they contemplate it and the actual event, and the statistics of suicide drop dramatically. So keep your eye out. It's very important.
And as much as your children don't want to speak to you, keep talking to them. Find ways to talk to them, even if you have to slip them a notebook and have them talk back to you in writing or draw you a picture. Keep talking to them.
All right, the poet laureate, John McMullen, is doing much better after his surgery. So he wrote this: body parts, legs and hips.
Clearly, that's what he's been suffering.
That's what he broke his hip. The legs and hips are connected and work closely together, but are quite different. Actors and other performers are advised to break a leg before going on stage back to Shakespearean time. Breaking a hip is quite different, I know from experience. It involved surgery, 5 days in the hospital, 100 days in rehab facility, ongoing home therapy, 20 hours a day in bed. This will decrease rapidly. Given a choice, in the future, I'll take legs, please. John McMullen.
Very good. All right.
Good old John. Feel better, John.
All right, next up, we will move to personnel. Accept the retirement received from Maria DeRubius from the Water Department. So resolve the town board accepts retirement received from Maria DeRubius from the Water Department for many thanks for her 24 years of service to the town.
Best wishes, Maria.
Yeah, that's effective May 31st, 2025. We're going to accept the resignation received from Justin Garagna as a motor vehicle operator in the Yorktown Highway Department, effective April 22nd, 25. We are going to, Kenny, are you here? You're
Yes,
not
he is.
hiding from this, wow. Yep, we are going to reappoint Ken Belfour as a member of the Community Housing Board. And the other pillar on there, we're going to reappoint Laura Gregory as a member of the Community Housing Board. And we thank you both for your continued service there. You let him hear it. And then we are going to amend our list of management employees by adding a deputy town engineer to that list. We had voted on that December 18th for the addition of that. It's just a matter of finding the right person. But the union has agreed to take it out of theirs, and it'll be a management position. So can I have a motion on those?
I'll make that motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Great. So we're going to open the floor for public comment. Remember, it's 3 minutes per speaker. And as a reminder, you can always contact us. You don't have to wait for public comment. You can always contact Town Hall, our town officials, and our town departments. We are here to work for you, and you could visit the town's website, www.yorktownny.gov. You can find all of the contact information from every department here, the town clerk, the town attorney, and of course your elected officials. And as a reminder, there's a 3-minute time limit on your public comments. We ask that you keep them directed to the town board, and we ask, as always, that your comments remain focused and respectful. With that, would anyone like to speak at this time? Can you put that back in the drawer?
I just cut the line.
I think you're forgiven.
Thank you. Ilan Gilbert, former town supervisor. Holocaust remembrance, mental health awareness, raising all forms of awareness for the good of the community. I thank you for doing so almost on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. And I thank you tonight for recognizing suicide awareness as well. I've learned, unfortunately, that it touches almost all of us in some way. For me, directly. Also, with the death of each cherished individual the town recently endured, I've been pondering deeper meaning to why we are here. Actually, our loved one's death may help us understand what gives life meaning. Interesting, when asked if he would want to live forever, Neil deGrasse Tyson said no. If you lived forever, you would lose that certain spark within, that spark that pushes us to make each day count. Tonight's floral presentation gave me the impetus to speak tonight. I thought of what our presenter said today and what deGrasse Tyson said. Why those flowers mean so much to each of us, why you've expressed that yourselves. It's the transitory nature of the beauty, the aroma, the shapes, the beautiful varieties that you realize, and you realize the fleeting nature of their existence. Silk flowers and plastic flowers may last forever, but they require no care or feeding and deliver to much of us a lot less pleasure than the natural flower. So forever may not be all it's cut out to be. If you're truly interested in appreciating the value of life, just some food for thought. Thanks.
Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Lonnie.
Good evening. I'm Michael Hickens, Yorktown resident. I'm here to talk about Yorktown baseball. That's why I'm wearing this. As Sergio Luciana, I know that you know from personal experience, sports are a huge part of Yorktown's culture. As someone who didn't grow up and make childhood friends here, I found kids' sports to be the best way to meet people and become part of the fabric of the town. So I want to bring attention to the Yorktown Huskers. We're a year older than my son's travel team. They're the 11U travel team coached by Michael Ferry, who's a fantastic coach and an amazing guy. The Huskers are raising money so they can go to the annual baseball tournament held in Cooperstown, which is an amazing event. In fact, I took my son, Max, to Cooperstown last summer just to visit Cooperstown and didn't know that the tournament was going on at that time. So we got to watch these games by 11 and 12-year-old kids from all over the country who were having the times of their life. And so the Yorktown Huskers are raising money this year to be able to go next year. And so Fam Jam on Saturday, if you see kids and coaches, I hope that, that you'll think about maybe helping them out. Yorktown Baseball also raises money for the Cooperstown trip by holding an annual July 4th tournament, which is an amazing sponsorship opportunity with prominent branding opportunities for businesses. So I can't stress this enough. If there's a local business, whether it's a new business or whether it's a national brand that's opening a location here and want to be recognized as part of the community, it's a fantastic opportunity to become known as a business that cares about Yorktown. So if you're interested in sponsoring the tournament, you could email Mike. His email address is michael.ferry@gmail.com. That's michael.ferri, ferry, @gmail.com. And I also want to just give a shout out to Dr. Chris Gibson at Valley Pediatric Dentistry, which sponsors Max's rec team. And he's a loyal partner to Yorktown baseball, even if he's a Red Sox fan. Thank you.
I think they
Thank
were
you.
just.
The tournament's called the Stars and Stripes.
That's right.
Yeah, it's good. It's going to be nice. Yeah.
I think they were just at Uncle Giuseppe's.
Guys, we got it.
Yeah, they were last week. Yep.
Thank you. John, how are you?
Good evening. I'm John Ravitz. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Business Council of Westchester. As the county's largest business membership organization focusing on economic development and advocacy, the BCW has been laser focused on Westchester's changing energy landscape. In 2024, the BCW formed the Clean Energy Action Coalition, CEAC, which consists of over 105 BCW members who are leaders in the renewable energy sector. The goal of CEAC is to create a collaborative initiative that accelerates clean energy adoption across Westchester County by constructing new, reliable, and affordable energy infrastructure. I'm here today to urge you to support the Freestone Renewable Solar Project, which will create a critically needed 3.125 megawatts of solar generation, and to ask you to reevaluate the proposed solar law amendment so that good projects like Freestone are able to go through Yorktown's planning board process and negotiate substantial economic, environmental, and resiliency benefits for your community. The Freestone Renewable Solar Project will provide much needed additional generation in the local grid and create critical resiliency that will help avoid power outages. It will also lock in predictable, low-cost electricity rates for decades, helping to protect residents and businesses from utility spike hikes. In addition, community solar programs like Freestone allow Yorktown residents to subscribe to a portion of a solar farm output, leading to savings on electricity bills without the need for rooftop or park lot installations. The Freestone Solar Project will allow over 550 local residents to sign up and gain between 5% to 20% savings on their electric bills, even if they are renters, low-income households, or otherwise unable to install solar systems on their property. This project will also create additional benefits that Yorktown and Westchester needs, including improving grid resiliency and reliability, creating economic growth and new jobs, increasing tax revenues, as well as energy independence, environmental, and educational benefits. The BCW believes that the draft solar law amendment needs reevaluation because it will create a practical ban on large-scale solar, conflict with Yorktown's energy goals, and stop projects like Freestone that will help residents avoid steep Con Ed rate increases. Now, it's my understanding that Freestone has worked with your planning board for the last several years and has modified their plans out of respect for community concerns. This is the type of working relationship we need to build the new renewable energy infrastructure. Our concern is that we have to move forward. We have to build this renewable infrastructure. And if we don't, the question that we need to ask ourselves is, what's plan B? What's our alternative? If we don't build this renewable infrastructure, how are we going to be having a reliable grid, a resilient grid, and an affordable grid? So the work that happens in this town with a project like Freestone can be a model, not just for Westchester County, but the region and the state. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
Good to see you.
Good evening. My name is Leo Wiegman. I'm the Director of Solar Programs at sustainablewestchester.org, and I want to thank Supervisor Lechman for coming to our annual members meeting last Thursday, where we had a lot of information to impart, and we're delighted with the very large turnout we had there.
It was a great turnout.
Yeah.
I don't know how much George was responsible for that, though.
Oh, we all came out to see George again?
Maybe.
I wanted to mention that Sustainable Westchester has several different solar programs, one of which is residential solarized, which we mentioned briefly there, and I'd be happy to come back and talk to the board about the residential solar campaign that we're launching this month through the rest of this year to expand the number of homeowners that can have access to solar for their own roofs. And there's been a great interest in that because of the steep rise in Con Edison rates and the climbing of those electric bills that people have been seeing, together with the existence of existing incentives that make it a good time to do that. And I know that there are a number of neighborhoods in Yorktown that have asked about this, the Huntersville neighborhood, for example, among other things. So we'll come back and visit with you about that. I'll send you information as we launch that campaign. But more importantly, 50 to 60% of
electric bill payers in any community in Westchester County are not able to have solar on their own roof, so community solar is a way for them to benefit from renewable energy, even if it's not on their roof, it's because it's on a large facility somewhere else, such as the Freestone project or on the large roof of a warehouse or that sort of thing. And so community solar is a very active program for Sustainable Westchester, where we help serve the role of enrolling local residents in community solar projects throughout Westchester County. And we've done that for the past 4 years, and we have thousands of local households in Westchester County that are able to see a 5, 10, even 15% or 20% savings on their electric bills by participating in the local community solar program. Why is there a savings? Because New York State recognizes not everybody can have solar on their own roof to take advantage of that solar incentive program, so they give us an incentive to solar companies to build large systems that 100, 200, 300, 400 families can share. Because they take that incentive, that comes with the fact that they have to guarantee a savings to those residents every month. So that's where the savings comes from for the residents. We have already, at this moment, I checked this morning, 419 households in Yorktown that are already participating in community solar programs. We have openings for low to moderate income households that are in the New York State electric and gas territory that are Yorktown residents to enroll. And we've been in touch with your Yorktown Community Center about that to help find those folks to enroll them directly. In addition to that, we have no more capacity in Con Edison. All the solar farms that serve Con Edison customers are full at this point. So unless we have additional capacity come online soon, we won't be able to. So we're desperately eager to enroll more people, more residents, hundreds of residents in Yorktown in local community solar projects.
Thank you, Leo.
Thank you. Take care.
Thanks,
Have a good
Leo.
day. Bye-bye. Oops, I'll leave that there.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor, members of the board. My name is David Cooper, long time no see, partnered with law firm Mazarin and Steinmetz. As you know, we represent Freestone Renewables. We're here tonight because it is on your agenda, I believe, to set a public hearing on a zoning amendment in the solar law. We've come to ask the town board to provide a explanation as to why there's a policy shift in the board in this law. Freestone has devoted substantial time and money working with your planning board in trying to design a project that would not only bring the benefits of solar, which some of it you've already heard, but also would do so in a way that would be concealed, right? Because of screening, because of setbacks, because of a lot of the issues that we have been dealing with throughout the last year or more before the planning board. And for a year, it appeared that this board was considering a draft of the law which would allow the planning board to continue that process and would give them better guidance on certain issues, how to better design the project and the type of designs this board wanted. And then about less than a month ago, a new draft was prepared and presented, and there was no real explanation as to what was the change, why did it change. So we're here tonight to ask that as we go into the public hearing, before you set the public hearing, that you provide an explanation, at least to Freestone, but I think the entire community, as to why is the town board now changing its policy. What are the policies and the planning goals that it wants to achieve with this new version of the law? If it's concerns about visual impact, what I would say is that's what your planning board is well equipped to do. And I know your planning board has weighed in. I think the county has also weighed in, and you know we've weighed in already. But I believe that if it's a visual impact question, the best way to do it is not to say no solar nowhere in the town, but is to allow your planning board to vet it on a site-by-site basis. If it's an issue of cost, I think you've just heard it, but solar, like Freestone's project, will reduce bills. Bills are only going up. I'm sure you've gotten complaints about Con Ed bills, et cetera. The only way that you're going to be able to really combat that is energy independence. And so, how is this bill going to help the town achieve electricity independence? Electricity independence. Does the town board believe that the local grid is already has already all enough electricity or solar electricity that it needs? I would refer you to a letter that we wrote to the planning board. I think we also CC'd your board, but this was in January, where the U.S. Energy and Information Administration and Con Ed mapping all show that only about 12.75 megawatts is generated locally. The remainder of the 113 megawatts of the peak demand comes from elsewhere. So what I would ask is you explain to Freestone,
Thank you,
want to
David.
invest in your community, please don't tell this investor to invest someplace else.
Thank you, David.
Thank you, and good to see you.
Good evening, members of the Town Board. My name is Maria Costanzo, and I speak tonight on behalf of my family regarding a solar proposal on land we've owned in Yorktown since 1979. This land was our father's dream, a dream of building a sustainable, community-focused farm and residential area that gives back to both people and the environment. Since his passing in 2016, almost 10 years ago now, my brothers and I have worked tirelessly to honor that vision. We've paid taxes, submitted countless plans, and stayed committed, all without financial return, because we believed in the long-term benefit of this project. Our recent partnership with the solar company Freestone Renewables offered a breakthrough. A solar installation that would not only bring clean energy to our community, but also help build the infrastructure, specifically a long-needed road that would allow us to finally move forward with the sustainable community our father envisioned. This is not a large-scale industrial project. It is a thoughtful, small-scale collaboration that aligns with Yorktown's values of environmental stewardship and smart development. While our project was initially well received by the Planning Board, it was suddenly halted by a blanket moratorium on solar in residential areas. Now, we respect the town's right to regulate, but we ask you to consider our project on its individual merits, not as part of a one-size-fits-all restriction. We are not developers. We are a local family that wants to live on, care for, and contribute to the land that we love. We envision walking trails, organic farming, solar power, and community spaces, all designed with sustainability and Yorktown's future in mind. We respectfully ask that you allow us the opportunity to present our full proposal. This project is not only a fulfillment of a family legacy, it's a chance to model responsible, forward-thinking development for all of Westchester. Thank you for your time and for your continued service to our town.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you, Board. My name is John Colangelo. I am Maria's younger brother.
Hi, John.
How's it going? My family and I have been trying to develop this property since my dad's passing in 2016. I had the brilliant idea of building the first agri-hood in Westchester County. A lot of the planning board, a lot of the town board at the time didn't really understand it. It was something that we had to explain over and over again. And since then, we've had some challenges with our attorney passing, Al Capolini, and hiring a new attorney and COVID. And we're not developers. Just doing anything in Yorktown with permission is hard enough, and explaining something new is something different. But I know the property well. I'm not a solar expert. I'm not here to talk about solar. I'm here to talk about my property itself. I'm an expert on the property. I hunted the property as a kid. We vacationed there, camping as a kid. And I know where Freestone is putting this project is practically invisible to any public roadway, and only possibly visible by one wealthy neighbor on a December night from his porch. So I think by blanketing the community, by taking away solar from a residential neighborhood, actually defeats what you guys are trying to achieve, because only residential neighborhoods is where you're going to have the seclusion, and where you're going to be placing these solar panels and these solar arrays are going to be in poorer commercial areas. So please keep that in mind when making your final decision on this, and I hope that you would reconsider this moratorium and think about all of the projects as one project at a time. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Good evening, Sarah Wilson. First, I'll just a personal note, appreciate the military appreciation and military spouse appreciation. When my husband and I met and dated and subsequently married, he was active duty military in the U.S. Navy, and I appreciate him all the time. Last week, we just celebrated our 46th wedding anniversary.
Oh, it's
wonderful.
Anyway.
Sarah, what date was that?
April 29th, 1979.
Cal and I hit 33 on the 26th. That's
Okay.
why I asked.
So my question tonight, I saw on the agenda, there are 5 different resolutions in some way dealing with the intersection of 118 and Underhill Avenue. And there's a lot of money out here. There's 550,000 here, $1 million some odd here, 300,000 there. And I'm just hoping that maybe in advance of voting on these various resolutions, you could take a few minutes to help us understand what all these transfers are, what the overall total cost is the $1.1 million the total cost, how much of that comes, if any, from the state, how much of it, if any, comes from the town, how much of it comes from Unicorn, is this just phase 1, is that the whole expense? Just help us have an understanding of what's going on. That would be really helpful.
You got it.
Thank
Thanks,
you
Sarah.
so much.
Good evening. Jay Kopstein.
Jay.
A few quick comments. First, solar requires screening. But if you listen to the planning board, and you're 100% correct, it could take 20 years for a project to be screened. In the meantime, while those trees grow, we're stuck with an industrial project in residential areas. First. Secondly, the numbers Mr. Cooper is talking about from Con Ed deal with northwestern Westchester, not Yorktown. Peekskill, Cortland, Verplank, that whole community, not Yorktown. Speaker came up and spoke about energy independence for Yorktown. I didn't hear anybody say that 100% of their capacity would be dedicated for Yorktown. No, it's going into the grid. It'll go somewhere, not dedicated to Yorktown. So it doesn't help Yorktown become independent. And finally, how come there are no big industrial solar farms in Armonk or Chappaqua or Bedford Village? Thank you.
My name is Paul Harold. I actually from Somers, but I'm here
Hi,
with
Paul.
a half a dozen others that started the Stop the Lithium Battery projects in Somers and Mayapack, which we, thank God, became very successful. Also, since then, the town of Brewster, they put it in their thing, North Salem, but not in our town. I believe South Salem, Mount Kisco. Why are all these people, I mean, really, this is dangerous stuff. This blows up, the smoke, the Moss Landing out in California, 10 miles away, people are being rushed into the hospital when they were burning with all different types of things. The gentleman said clean energy. That's going into the high power lines. Tell me one place in Yorktown where those high power lines tied into your thing. Tree falls on your power lines, your lights go out. They're not helping you. This is all about, like I said, the one we were having next to our homes up there by Baldwin Place, it's going to be the second largest one in New York State. How much electricity were we going to get for it? 4 hours. If power went down, somebody's selling it, and it goes to 4 hours to take care of New York City. Because if you remember the riots years ago, people outside in the streets with the guns protecting their liquor stores and other things, that's what it's for. Something happens in the Big Apple, they worry about that. They're not worried about you up here. So, and on top of it all, health. I was in the New York City Police Department. I was part of 9/11. Got 3 cancers from what? Not Not from the buildings coming down, from the toxic fumes.
Yes.
And that's what it comes down to. Once it hits the ground, right now out in Moss Landing, I saw it a couple of days ago on the news, the seals coming up on the beach are all dying
Yeah.
because the toxic, now what's that, a month or two ago? And that's still, it's in the soil. Wait till they start disturbing it all, try to rebuild these homes. What do you think's gonna happen? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, members of the town board. Randy Pratt,
Hi, Randy.
Wilkins Fruit Farm. I just want to applaud you on the changes you have made in the solar law. And you've taken the stance to show that it's important to keep trees in Yorktown, and it's important to keep open space that we can see and enjoy. My wife and I own probably 180 acres in Yorktown. We have more open area that you could put solar farms on, all of it, but it's never going to happen on our farm. But I'm the only one that's standing here that this freestone is going to personally affect, because it's going to be in my backyard. Every day I'm going to wake up and look out at it. Not everybody here is doing that. Not the people from Freestone. They're from Colorado. They're not going to see it. It's the residents here in the town that are going to see it, and that's who we need to protect. And I applaud you on taking this stance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Anyone else for courtesy of the floor? Motion to close courtesy of the floor.
I'll make that motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
Just real quick, and I know we're gonna have a public hearing in 2 weeks, I think, on the solar, so I'm really not gonna say much. We're still, public hearings are getting feedback. I know we got some today, and we'll get some more.
Yeah, we should probably combine it.
I will say that, as we talk about that, one of the big things, and I think, Mr. Pratt hit on it, a lot of what we thought about in the solar law is preserving the neighborhoods that we have in our town. That's one of our major responsibilities according to our planning. And we have character in our neighborhoods, and we need to retain that character. But Alon, beautiful words there. Thank you. Who was the poem by? Neil deGrasse. Okay. Yeah, thank you. Michael, Yorktown Baseball, they do great things for our kids, and I know I'll be looking for them at Fam Jam. And we always try to support them with a donation from like my autograph collection, give them something they could raffle off. Yep. John Ravitz, are you still in, John? No, I guess John left. So, but I appreciate him coming in for the Business Council Westchester. Hopefully in 2 weeks, if you want to come back during the public hearing, that'd be great. Leo, you still in the back? Yeah, just give me a call, because I do want to set up the housing solar, so people could look at that. And I also have a commercial project that I spoke to them about, community solar, today on a very large rooftop. So I wanted to get you involved in that as well. Thank you. David, I sort of talked about what was the thought process in our changes, but we had many work sessions on it, and we will, I'm sure, continue to have conversation and discussion as we get through this. Maria, John, I do appreciate, I know how long you guys have been working on this, because I've seen it before the planning board when I was a liaison. I'm here 9 years now, and I think I've seen it pretty much all of that time. And I know that the solar is a new way to try to hit the goals that you need, and it's definitely a great project that you're doing there with that whole subdivision, and let's just see where everything works out after our laws are there. Sarah, in 118, I guess the important question that you were asking is the town's responsibility stops at $543,000, $43 and $32.44. Plus, we're going to do the inspections. You asked about state money. I know that there has been conversation that I initiated with the state and included Pete Harcum and Matt Slater, who both agree that the intersection on 118 is a state responsibility. DOT has told us, sorry, we have no intention of doing anything there, even though it's a failing roadway. Patrick just mentioned the other day, I didn't realize it, he got stuck in the accident 2 weeks ago that I actually had walked up to that had closed Underhill for about an hour and a half. And it's a failing intersection that they've done nothing about, and we as a town board felt that it was very important for us to invest in it for our residents to make that road safer. So I know that our state representatives agree, and we may be able to get more of it done through some grant money. The one big thing that's an ask that I feel we should do, only because if we don't do it, it would be duplicating effort, is they want, instead of a wire to hang the lights on, they want an extension pole. And we feel it should be done. It'll be done at the expense of Underhill Farms, unless Senator Harcum or Assemblyman Slater say they are going to be able to designate some money to that roadway, but that is what they would designate it for. Otherwise, we'd be tearing out what we did to put new things in, and that's just silly. You know, Tommy used to say, "Get it done right," and I agree with him on that. Jay, I appreciate your opinion on the solar as well. I understand that's there. I don't think they ever said 20 years. I think, though, it's at least 5 years before you really start to see good screening. My wife and I were actually having the conversation about it this morning.
Really big.
Well, it's almost impossible to get that big, but almost. Not okay.
I like my trees in Jersey.
All right, but we had that. John, the battery storage, we'll get an opportunity to talk about today. There's quite a bit of safety that there's concerns about on everyone's part. Randy, I would like to one day, if you don't mind, come by and check out the property from your point of view.
Me too.
If you could just reach out to me, I'd like to go over and do a walk. And that's really it. I know we have a 4 or 5, 2 decisions and some hearings. So
I just want to make a comment,
Yeah, comment.
just to Sarah and to everyone else who's listening. I will have some additional comments dealing with the Route 118 Underhill Avenue intersection improvements, which I will offer you when the supervisor had some comments, and I will make my additional comments when we get to that part of the resolution.
Yeah, so just really quick, I mean, there was some things stated that weren't exactly accurate. Somebody stated that we're trying to prevent any kind of solar in Yorktown, and what we're talking about in this law specifically is large-scale ground-mount solar in residential neighborhoods. I can't say it enough. That's what we're addressing. So there will be plenty of opportunities, especially in our commercial areas, where we could do rooftop solar, where we could contribute to the grid. I've stated it publicly previously. There are many towns that have already banned it or limited it to the point where there's very little area where you can. Greenberg, Cortland, North Castle, White Plains, where the Business Council is located, doesn't allow it in residential neighborhoods at all, which I found interesting. But we are looking at it, and I don't think there's this great big policy shift. I think we've had many discussions here at the town board level where we've mulled it over and we've discussed it, and we went back and forth, and we followed the democratic process. And this is currently what we're looking at, and I've stated it multiple times. I haven't made any decisions. I want to hear from the public, and I want to see what else we could come up with as far as the solar law. But we are looking at the battery law tonight, and we do need to get on with that. Let me see if I have anything else. I think that's all. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Great. All right.
Yeah, I'm okay. I mean, I've made my comments, and
Yeah.
I'm just keeping it.
All right, so we have a
I
couple.
understand. I don't want the solar at all, and I guess we're just gonna do it where large amount residential goes. But I also do know that it's been on the record and several times that I've mentioned that your family has in fact done the process correctly with your own land. And I'm a big believer that, like, when you change the rules, sometimes you gotta honor the fact that someone went through a process. So I think we're just gonna keep discussing it until we can figure out what's fair.
All right, we have some decisions. Chapter 216, the Code of Town of Yorktown entitled Peace and Good Order regarding snow and ice removal. David,
Yes, sir.
you want to go through since this is your little fiefdom?
I didn't bring my laws with me. You got my laws? Yes. May I borrow them? Sorry, I was running late today.
No problem. I'm sure it was.
As long as it wasn't snow.
It wasn't snow, no.
Is it?
Oh, hold on. I think I have it on Adam's computer. Adam's looking particularly good this evening, may I say.
Look at Dan. Dan, you're looking sharp.
Here you go. Sorry, Dave. Here they are for you.
Oh, thank you.
Sergio has them.
Thanks, Serge.
Thank you, Diane.
Appreciate it. Nice sport jacket.
Sometimes you're prepared.
Even a year late. It's easy.
I almost read it. That's
You did. You tripped over.
like Ron Burgundy.
I can imagine. Somebody must have bothered you.
All right, David.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on what we're repealing. So, I believe, if I'm not incorrect, and it does, we don't have it here, the law that's being repealed. We only have the law that's being initiated. But the law we're repealing
It's 250.
250, but that was the one where we had created years ago snow removal districts, correct?
Correct, yes.
So, 2011, something like that, if I remember correctly, a law was passed. We had always had a law in place, basically 216-10, sidewalk maintenance. In 2011, a law was passed that created snow removal districts, okay? For whatever reason, that being said, it put an unfair burden or a not equal burden on all homeowners and commercial property owners that owned their homes adjacent to sidewalks. And by sidewalks, I refer to, as Councilman Murphy had brought to my attention, you know, we have a lot of sidewalks that appear to be going to nowhere. You know, they were part of a original planning decision to put in sidewalks. I don't know if at that time, 50 years ago, the planning board was considering bus stops, but having done my investigative work, we did determine that a lot of these sidewalks that go to nowhere indeed do go to bus stops. So then there was this law passed, snow removal districts. Unfortunately, it wasn't an all-encompassing law. It didn't mention every sidewalk in town. It sectioned out certain areas. Came to my attention this past winter when a condominium association refused to clear their sidewalks. Oh, thank you. Refused to clear their sidewalks, saying they were not in the snow removal district, which I said, that's impossible. I don't even know what you're talking about. And I said, you have to clean your sidewalks. Kids walk on there to get to the buses, whatever the case may be. People walk their dogs. And that being said, I looked into it and determined that after speaking to the various board members, and the supervisor, of course, determined that we need to repeal that law because it was unfair, and then go back basically to the original law. That is, if your home or your commercial business is adjacent to a sidewalk, and a sidewalk could be asphalt. I never would have agreed to having asphalt sidewalks, but we're seeing the result of that now with miles and miles of deteriorated sidewalks. You take a look at East Main Street up in Shrub Oak, okay? Prime example. Now, that was done, gosh, how many years ago? And since it's a concrete sidewalk, it's still in pretty good shape, you know? So that being said, my intent, what I'm asking for is to repeal Chapter 250 and to initiate Chapter 216. I think the last time we had spoken about this, the one thing that was a bit of a undecided, and I believe Luciana had brought it out, we were talking about the amount of time, and Patrick also, what would we require from our residents? What is the time frame that, okay, Mr. Snow ends, when do you have to have your area done, and we can't, the previous law had a commercial law that said you have to clean in front of your commercial buildings between 9 a.m., but your sidewalks have to be kept clean between 9 a.m. and 6 p.m., which is absurd because you can't go to the bank, you can't go, forget about any restaurants or anything like that, forget about, early restaurants that open at 5 o'clock in the morning, Dunkin' Donuts or whatever. So I think at that time, a couple of weeks ago when we discussed it, we spoke about not putting a specific time in because I don't want to get in a situation. Go ahead, Diane. I see you're shaking your head.
The law was changed from 24 hours to 12 hours. That's
Okay.
why we had to wait 7 days.
Yes.
Oh, okay, because we did change it. Okay.
Because when we were doing the 24
But my question is, at this point, 12 hours from when?
After the storm
The
ends.
end of the storm.
End of storm? Okay. That's reasonable. Homeowners and commercial, across the board. Okay, good. All right, I'm good.
All right. So,
Let me just add one other, to add to Dave's explanation, because I was the supervisor in 2011 when we passed the one that created the district. At that time, the board actually did repeal the other law, Section 216, that said all sidewalks had to be repealed. For some reason, that was never realized. It was repealed, but it stayed on the town books.
Right.
And that led to the problem that Dave had with the condominium that said, well, we don't have to clear our snows because we're not in the district. But the other law said, yes, you are, and you don't have to because all sidewalks have to be cleared up. So what we're doing now is we're clarifying this, having one code that applies to all sidewalks and just changing the hours to, it's 24 hours, 12 hours after the end of the snowstorm. And everyone who has a sidewalk, except where the state or the town is responsible. Dave will say that there are some sidewalks that I think the town is responsible for.
Yes. Correct.
So that's the only exception. So it's uniform throughout the town.
all right. So at this time,
You already closed these?
yes, I close, so.
So we just have to vote.
We need a motion to accept Chapter 216.
Motion?
Right, and adopt that. I have a
Second.
second from Susan. Motion by Sergio. All in favor?
Aye.
And to then delete Article 6, snow and ice removal in its entirety on Chapter 250, Code of Yorktown. I have
I
a
make a
motion.
motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Passes. Great.
Thank you very much.
And Dave, you'll promise no snow, right?
Oh, yeah, this is just, just in case.
Okay.
Dave, make sure the clerk gets her paperwork back before she gets violent on you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're now going to convene a public hearing to consider stormwater management permit and a tree permit application submitted by Michael Pani, SMP Homes, Inc., for property located on Luella Road, for the purpose of excavation of the site to accommodate a new house, septic, and driveway. We have our notice. Do you have the letters, or do I have them in here? Plenty of letters. Thank you. So just a couple of comments that were here. And Dan, do you want to come up to the front in case there's anything for you to put in here? But I think this is fairly easy. DEP said that they share. Ladies, please. Gentlemen, in the back there, please. Thank you. Thank you.
First, we got to find out if Dan has a date tonight.
DEP shares Save a Tree's concern that the
Mind your business.
Thanks, guys. We had a long night. Thank you. DEP shares Save a Tree's concern that the required replanting of 217 trees may not be practical due to the size of the lot and proposed residence. However, it's recommended that the additional smaller trees and shrubs are planted as mitigation. Instead of singular shrubs, it's suggested natural clumps of 3 to 5 be planted to increase visibility. The area for consideration are the front corners of the lot. Some species recommendations include black choke cherry and witch hazel. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment. And that was based on a report from Save a Tree, who was hired by the applicant to look at all this. Correct, Dan?
Correct.
All right, and then Conservation Board, applicants reviewing the curtain drainage along the property line with engineers to reduce the tree removal if possible. The applicant is to recalculate the tree mitigation required as per the Tree Commission direction, and all revisions are to be submitted to the Conservation Board for review. Dan, anything to add? I know this is fairly cut and dry.
No, I mean, we've done our review of it, and there's all these other moving pieces, so what we're anticipating is getting a final version of the plan that incorporates all the comments. And then, I mean, alternatively, we could tee up a resolution for you which cites all the comments and requires a plan be submitted that satisfies all the various boards and comments.
Yeah, there are not a lot of comments, so that I've seen, so
All right, so if you-
shouldn't be
if you-
too hard. All right, let's open for public comment.
Come on up, sir.
Okay, Mike.
Oh.
So I had already submitted that plan.
Okay.
So I redid the plan already, so I don't know if he actually has a
That's
copy
great.
of it, so.
Yep.
Thanks, Mike.
All right,
Does,
thank you.
is there any public comment on this?
And those are great trees for water.
Motion to close public comment?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Dan, could you get me something for next week? All right, so we'll look at a resolution for next week, being no other further comment. I'm closing the public hearing, yes. Yeah, like a resolution in advance. All right, we are going to convene a public hearing to consider amending Chapter 300 of the Code of the Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning Regarding Accessory Dwelling Units. So, in this, there were some changes to our accessory dwelling brought about by our Community Housing Board in order to try to enable people to take advantage of some grant money and some ways to increase our housing stock a little bit, allow people to do some work within their existing auxiliary dwelling units and get recompensated. I believe it was up to $120,000, $125,000. And also to come in with 1 year of sort of clemency for those who need to get themselves legalized and get that done. Ken and Sarah, actually, you're the chair, so yeah, we don't need Ken. Why don't you come up if there's anything you want to add to that before I open public comment?
Have the notice?
Sure. So again, Sarah Wilson, this time wearing my Chair of the Housing Board hat. Just wanted to give a little history in terms of why we're here, right? We gave a presentation in August of '24 to the town board. The consensus of the members of the town board at that time was that the ADU section of the code has been on the books for over 40 years. It probably should be looked at and, see if things need tweaking. We did come back and present in March to the town board our 6 proposed changes. Diana, thank you for bringing that up. And yeah, that's slide 18 summarizes the 6. You can go right to the end. We're zipping right through everything, right, right to the end.
Doesn't want to click on it. approved.
So these are the 6 proposed changes. We also met with the Zoning Board of Appeals as well as the Planning Board on April 21st. The 6 proposed changes. Number 1, to add some flexibility and options for our residents, decrease the minimum lot size from 2 acres to just under 1 acre, which is a 40,000 square foot lot. That wouldn't impact the homes, single-family homes, but it would apply to existing detached accessory buildings. The second one is to eliminate the requirement that that accessory dwelling unit be on the second story of an existing detached accessory unit. So again, that provides additional flexibility depending on the nature of the building. The third one would apply to both an ADU in a home or in a accessory separate detached building. The proposal to increase the maximum size from 800 square feet to 1,000 square feet, and the maximum percentage from 33% to 40%. And part of this is a recognition that since the early 1980s, home sizes have increased. Over these 45 years, many homes have gotten a lot bigger. And so this just provides some additional opportunity for our homeowners. The fourth one is eliminating the requirement that the owner must occupy the larger unit. And again, this really applies to the existing home where you have, you're dividing it up in some way. And you may have the homeowner being a single senior citizen, widow, widower, whatever, and, other members of the family might make sense for them to occupy the larger part of the home and the homeowner be in the smaller section. And then the last 2 relate to trying to make sure that everything is legalized. We recognize that there likely are accessory dwelling units in our town that haven't gone through the proper processes as required by our law. So on the one hand, we want to increase and extend the penalties for homeowners who have allowed their ADU permits to expire or haven't gotten permits in the first place. But number two of that is to put an amnesty period in place so that we can encourage all of those homeowners to go through the right process, to file the appropriate permits and paperwork, to appear before the zoning board, and if everything is appropriate in terms of health, safety, electrical code, all that other stuff, that they can be legalized and then can take advantage of the appropriate programs. And that would apply to both existing detached as well as single-family homes. So I thought it would be helpful to just sort of put that up on screen so that we understand that this is the subject of the public hearing, these 6 proposed changes. We're not changing anything else in the code. These are really tweaks, again, to just be a little bit more flexible.
Sarah, real quick, in the discussion, didn't we say that on the detached, we were going to keep it at 800 and that primary house was going to be 1,000? Because we know that the primary houses, like you said, the houses are getting bigger and you could be 1,000 square feet in the basement. But if on the detached, 1,000 brings in, it goes from like a 2-bedroom to a 3-bedroom. And going back to keeping the preservation of the community in a single family environment, we sort of wanted to, keep that so that people don't go start building 1,000 square foot, garages on top and, I'll wait my 2 years or 5 years and then I'll go put my ADU up there. So
yeah,
I just want to make sure is
It's not in it.
Yeah, I thought it was, but this up here says it's 1,000 on both detached.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
we
all.
didn't update, I
That's all.
guess we didn't update the slide for that, so
I thought
thank
we
you
all
for
agreed
pointing
on
that out.
on the
Yeah.
discussion last time. That's all.
Yep, that makes
Okay.
sense.
Any,
So do we
Well-
want to say some, make some comments
Well-
that I have, or are we waiting for the
Well,
public
we
first?
need public comment, and I just wanted to go through some of the comments that have come in.
Okay.
Planning board discussed proposed amendments to chapter 300 regards to accessory dwelling units. Planning board believes more information and data is necessary to understand the implications of the proposed expansion of this type of use. There should be an understanding developed of the potential build-out in Yorktown's residential neighborhoods under the proposed law. What effect a potential full build-out would have, and what reasonable, achievable limitations can be developed to preserve the character of the neighborhoods and safe, efficient living conditions within them. Further comments as follows. The setbacks of accessory buildings, typically 10 feet, should be fully reconsidered to prevent impacts to abutting properties associated with dwelling units. The board should determine and publish how many ADUs currently exist, whether currently permitted or not. I think the number is 749, according to the assessor. With
It's 179.
no 179 permitted.
Oh.
But build-outs through the assessor apparently is a lot higher.
Yeah.
Weird
Wow.
that
Now if it's
number.
being
So,
used.
That's right. So this could be mother-daughters too, so I'm trying to get a little more information. The permitted ones are about 140, and it's
Yeah.
been pretty consistent
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, over this 40-year, history of the law, it's not like there's been an explosion of these
Correct.
units. But
Correct.
we certainly want to get those other ones
Locked in the fridge.
into the system, right?
So section 339B1 and 339B5 are contradictory. The maximum area for accessory dwelling unit should be consistent across both subsections. Will the maximum area be 800 or 1,000 square feet? And the board is apprehensive to increase the maximum area of detached ADUs to 1,000 square feet, as it may facilitate to increase in people living there regardless of the two-bedroom minimum. So I think we addressed at least 1,000 on that, and the 800 is the max area. Conservation Board had no comment. Abaca have no objections to the proposed amendments. This is another conservation, no comment. County Planning Board received proposed local law to amend the regulations regarding accessory dwelling units. They have no objection to the Yorktown Town Board assuming lead agency. They've reviewed the matter under provisions section 239 L, M, and N of the General Municipal Law, sections 27761 of the County Administrative Code. We appreciate the town for expanding the ADU permissions, which will add to the availability of needed housing. However, we do note that the county recommends ADUs not be subject to special permit requirements, as the associated fees and administrative work that must be conducted can be onerous to residents. We require hearings and approvals by the town zone, we recommend ADU applicants be subject only to building permit process as opposed to required hearings and approvals by the town zoning board, which I don't agree with. We need to make sure that we have that control, as planning has pointed out, to keep things in line. Planning board was looking for extension on that. DEP has no regulatory authority over the proposed activity, no comments. And zoning, the law has proposed incorporated input that the ZBA provided to the Community Housing Board in our February meeting. So they are a willing participant in the end result.
Okay.
So I'll open the floor for public comment.
I just have a couple of quick notes that what I'm looking for, just real quick, 2 seconds. So I really don't have a problem. I'd like to see it go back for the detached structures to 800 square feet. This is what I have issues with, to 800 square feet for the detached structures. I don't have a problem with the 40%, coverage area. I don't have a problem with the owner occupied. I think that's important because what we're trying to facilitate here, and I think part of the spirit of this law for me is to facilitate elderly couples who want to grow old here in Yorktown, who have lived here in Yorktown, who had kids here in Yorktown, who have, had their whole life they want to live with their kids. Their kids come back, and the accessory dwelling unit would be a great idea and a great way for them to cover the taxes and their costs and stuff like that. So they could stay in Yorktown. That's the whole idea. But we're tasked to protect, our neighborhoods as well. And what I don't want to see is I don't want to see people coming in, building something, and then I think the time frame right now is 2 years that it has to exist before you could convert a detached structure into an accessory dwelling unit. I don't want to see any kind of abuse with that, and I think a way to protect against that is to extend that time frame for 5 years. Now, if you already have had a garage, let's say, and it's existed for 5 years or more, well, then it's been there. But if your plan is to come in, buy a house, put up a garage, and then 2 years later make it an apartment, I don't want to see that happen, because I think that will create a problem. So the biggest thing for me would be to go, maybe make it a 5-year waiting period before you have to, you can convert it to an ADU. And then the last thing is enforcement. But that's all I have to say.
When you see that, I just want to clarify, it's not, I don't want to live with my parents. Love you, Mom, if you're watching it. But I will pay for her to live somewhere. She can come live with you. You're detached.
I don't want to live with you either.
But what I do want to say is it's also a place where, like, I have a lot of kids. So if one of my kids' friends needed a starter home, they could also use it. I think the why you want it to be a little bit more vetted is that before you know it, you're even subdividing even your main house along with the ADU, and before you know it, they're just making money on the property, right? Because a lot of these ADUs that are there, they have like a lot of acres, and it's our job to have code enforcement and to vet it properly so that it is being used with the right intention.
All right, so now we'll open for public comment.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein. I agree with the planning board. I don't believe this law is ripe for discussion at this point in time. We haven't had an environmental assessment. How many properties are now capable legally of having an ADU? We don't have that number. We don't have a number of how many are actually in existence. We know how many are permitted. We don't know how many are in existence. I agree with what Sergio says if family wants to come back. But today, the definition of family is quite broad. And I'm concerned that the accessory unit will become the primary unit, and the primary unit becomes a rental to whomever. And then the people in the accessory unit snowbird for 9 months of the year. There's no way right now under current law to handle that. A code enforcement officer can't walk in and do an inspection.
I don't think there's anything illegal with renting your house.
Your house. But we're talking about an ADU.
But if I put an ADU on and I decide to live in it, and I pay myself rent, maybe I'm sassy and I create a company and I pay myself rent because I do want to go down to Florida, which I don't, I'm just saying. But I do. I have a right to want to preserve my house or keep my house or use it as part of my estate.
The current law said an owner, I believe, as an individual, not as a corporation. So
I understand that, but what I'm saying too is, let's say I go into the ADU as Luciana because I do want that freedom, right? And I rent it to my kid, or I rent it to my kid's friend, or to somebody that I decided to make my family, because you're right, it's very broad. I have foster kids, so I get it. I still have a right, I believe, and I guess I'll ask Adam this, and this is a good point. I want to vet this. I think this is good, a great discussion, because ultimately, if I want to move to Florida and I want to live with my daughter for the 6 months, I could still rent my house in Yorktown.
you can. And I don't know if you've had the experience in Yorktown, as I had, with the neighbor across the street
I have it in Yorktown. I have it all places.
who turned the neighborhood into a problem. Susan was the supervisor at the time, and they weren't paying rent. The property went into foreclosure, and because the property was in foreclosure by the bank, people just continued to live there. Finally, they boogied and went to Florida, but the bank was still in foreclosure, and we had to declare it a nuisance to get somebody to come in and cut down thigh-high grass. I don't know if you remember it.
But this law doesn't facilitate something like that.
No.
You could still accomplish that.
we also-
I'll say accomplish that by
There's also
renting your house.
a one-family house that I'm aware of that's got an extended family living in it, 3 generations, where cars are now on the street that have never been there before,
It's just saying one.
and it just doesn't.
No, I think
It-
I hear what you're saying.
Now, to move on to the zoning board for a moment,
It says here that one owner
where the
has
law talks about the zoning board can look at the character of the neighborhood. I don't know if you've gone to zoning board meetings, but we've had people going to the zoning board asking for a variance for a non-conforming use and turned around and said, take a look at the neighborhood. There are already 5 or 6 non-conforming uses, so now you're being subjective rather than objective and telling me I can't do it. And that's only going to result in an Article 78 with the town getting hammered. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Thanks, Jay.
And Jay, I do not, I don't think that bed checks, so to speak, to find out who's living where and when will ever really be our responsibility. I think that's overstepping the responsibility of government. So, I've said it before, like we spoke about the ATV law. You can't legislate the bad behavior that can happen regardless of whatever anything is. The idea and purpose of the law is to try to help solve some of the housing crisis issues that we're seeing in the
With
Northeast.
all due respect, what goes on inside a house, you don't know. And you're not going to it's going to be very difficult to get a search warrant to do it. It has nothing to do with the ATV laws, where when they're violated on public property or a public street, observable by law or code enforcement.
I didn't mean that
So
part
you're
of it.
mixing,
I meant,
you're mixing
no.
apples and
Well,
oranges.
I meant the argument of where people were like, oh my God, because of the law, someone got injured, and that wasn't the case. Because of the lack of the law. The problem that happened was from bad behavior. It was assault and battery, as you know. Assault and battery would have nothing to do with that law, just like any of the issues that could arise from someone living in a house, like you said. It's going to be hard to get a search warrant. We're not going to know. So the behavior of the people wherever, I don't know if any law could ever really address.
And I hear what you're saying, but the planning board was very specific. They need more information before they can do an intelligent comment. That, to me, that means this law isn't ripe for discussion at this point in time.
And just to be clear, the ADU law, as it stands now, doesn't require it to be only a family member to live there. It was kind of like, I think, mixed up a little bit. You can have somebody live there that's not necessarily your immediate family or anything like that. I just want to be clear on that, and that's the way it should be.
Maura?
Good evening, Maura Gregory. I'm a member of the Community Housing Board for another 6 years.
Yay!
And congratulations.
See how happy we make people?
I just wanted to remind the board that the current ADU law already provides that, first of all, when someone applies to have an ADU in their home, neighbors are notified, they can show up, they can state their piece, they can object, and then every 3 years, they have to get a new permit, and the neighbors are notified, they can show up, they can say there's cars all up and down the street or whatever, and the planning board, or the zoning board rather, will consider these things. So I just wanted to remind you of that. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just curious, within the law,
Introduce
who
yourself,
is,
Lonnie.
I'm sorry?
You want to introduce
Oh,
yourself?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, that's
Ilan
okay.
Gilbert, former town supervisor. Within the law, does it differentiate properties that are on septic and that are on sewer? And if it does not, who will make the determination? I am assuming it's the building department, but when they go for their permitting permit, that's a very significant issue. I also, right now, I'm a part-time employee of the health department, and I sit as an administrative law judge there, and we deal with failing septic systems.
So just to be clear, right? You go. Let me step everyone through the process. I want to put an ADU on my property. I go to zoning. I get the special use permit. They grant it to me. Fantastic. Everything's hunky-dory, wonderful. Do I go build my accessory dwelling unit? No. Now I have to get a permit. I got to go to the building department. The building department's going to step in. The building department's going to say, okay, you're adding 2 bedrooms. Does your septic, are you on septic? Yeah, great. Do you have a septic plan? No, you're going to have to get a septic plan. The process is the same.
Electric, plumbing.
As soon as electric, plumbing, the process doesn't get circumvented in any way. The only additional part is that the special use permit. So that's going to be looked at. If you want, if I wanted to go right now and put an addition on my house, I wanted to add another bedroom, right? What I'm going to do is I'm going to submit a building permit, just like I would if it was an ADU. The only difference is I would have to go for the special use permit first and pay the fee, whatever it is, right? And now I got to go through the whole process. There's going to be an electrical inspection. There's going to be inspections on pretty much everything. You're opening up walls. You're adding a bedroom. Fantastic. And you know what else is going to happen? Your taxes are going to go up too. Everything is the same after the point of the special use permit. So that's how the building process is going to work. It's not going to change at all. So those issues would be handled by the building department.
That's what I'm assuming, but I
Yeah.
just wanted to make sure
Yeah,
that those things are covered, all your Ts are crossed and all your Is are dotted.
Yeah, you
All
still
right.
got to get everything, you know.
All right, thank you.
And pay the building permit and all that stuff.
Okay.
Good evening. Ken Belfer, as a member of the Community Housing Board.
For how many years?
How many years?
Can we just reappoint you?
Yeah, for another, you're stuck with me for another 6 years,
6
is
years,
it? Oh, my
yeah.
goodness. How old am I going to be?
They're so happy.
You're gonna run out of fingers,
Yeah,
Ken.
you have to take your shoes off.
I'm gonna need more fingers and toes. So I'll start by just answering a couple of the questions that just came up. First of all, on the 1,000 square feet versus 800 square feet, Councilman Murphy, you're absolutely correct. That was the discussion that we had when the Housing Board was in for the work session. And there on the spot, I made the revisions to the red line document and I emailed it to the town attorney. And I'll read exactly what it said. Such units shall also be permitted in existing detached accessory buildings on lots that are 40,000 square feet or greater, provided that the accessory building complies with all setback and yard requirements of the zone for the main building, and the accessory dwelling unit is no larger than 800 square feet. So I'm assuming this is section B1. I'm assuming that's the way
That's
the
exactly
law
right.
that's in front of you reads. That's what I sent in. Second, on the question of the septic, in section B10, it says permits. The building permit shall be obtained as otherwise required, and a certificate of occupancy must be issued prior to utilization of an accessory unit. No permit shall be issued until the town engineer or the Board of Health, whichever is appropriate, has made a written approval regarding the sewage disposal capacity for the unit created. So that's written into the existing law. That has not been changed.
I do have a question for you, too. Well, go ahead.
You
Yeah,
could
I
go
do
ahead
have-
with the question.
Yeah, well, no, it's off topic. I don't want to mess you up. Go ahead. I'll just come back to it at the end.
Okay. On the question of special permit and the comments that were made by the county, I personally have mixed feelings about that, thinking as a homeowner, do I invest in making changes to my home when I could, the town could then deny the renewal of the special permit 3 years from now? So from that point of view, I have some concerns, but I absolutely agree what you said, Ed, that this gives the town a measure of control, because the permit has to come up for renewal. So if you have a bad player in there for some reason that's just causing a problem in the neighborhood, it's not a forever thing. It's a 3-year permit, and that is not changing in this. I do want to read the section related to the standards, and this is section D1. When considering an application for a special permit for an accessory dwelling unit, the Zoning Board of Appeals shall apply the following standards. A, the use will not restrict the use of adjacent properties. B, the use will not adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. The following criteria shall be given consideration in the determination of whether or not the proposed use adversely affects the character of the neighborhood. 1, impact on neighboring property values. 2, traffic generation by the proposed use. And 3, if the proposed use endangers the health, safety, or general welfare of the neighborhood or the community. So that gives a fairly broad ability to the ZBA to make a determination. And part 2 of that section is, it's the town board's intent that neighborhoods zoned as single family primarily retain their single family character. The town board finds that there may come a time when the number of accessory dwelling units in a zoned single family neighborhood will adversely affect the character thereof. The Zoning Board of Appeals shall deny a special permit for an accessory dwelling unit should it find that the number of such units, including the one proposed, will adversely affect the character of a zoned single-family neighborhood. So I think it was the intent of the original legislation, and we have not changed any of that, clearly, that this applies to single-family zones throughout the town. So if you want to say, how many houses does it apply to, it potentially could apply to any existing single-family home in the town. However, there are a lot of protections built in. The question of the increase in size for the accessory dwelling units in single-family homes, not in detached, existing detached accessory structures, from 800 to 1,000. I just want to point out that these numbers in accessory dwelling unit ordinances around the county are all over the place. Some don't even have a number, they just have a percentage of the size of the household. And it's not necessarily one size fits all for every community. Communities have different size homes, and there are different size homes in each community. But as a couple of local examples, the town of Newcastle uses 1,000 square feet as the maximum size. And the town of Pound Ridge uses 1,200 square feet as the maximum size for an accessory dwelling unit. So that's...
Are they detached or?
No, this is for within a house. I want to just share a story that I was out in front of my house, and somebody was walking by who lives in the neighborhood. They were walking their dog, somebody I've seen and said hello for years. And I said, I noticed this sign out in your yard about some kind of hearing, what's going on. And she said, oh, it's just a renewal of my accessory apartment permit. I've had it for many years. I said, oh, I had no idea you had an accessory apartment there. And that's the truth. I had absolutely no idea. And when that's the case, well, it means you don't know your neighbors that well, but it also means
But it's
that
working.
It's working, and it's not causing any problem. And then I said, oh, well, I happen to be involved in proposed changes in my capacity on the housing board to the accessory dwelling unit law. And she looked at me with fear. Like, what are you doing? Are you going to take away my apartment? And she said, I've had this for years, and my son is living in it now. I said, well, no, we're not going to take this away, but one of the changes so she said, well, what are the changes? So I said, well, one of the changes that we're proposing is that the owner could live in either unit, the smaller unit or the larger unit. She said, that would be fantastic. She said, and I happen to know her husband passed away in the last year or two, and she said, someday I would love if I can keep my family in the house. And of course, not everybody is it's not going to be family for everybody, but if I could keep my family in the house someday, I might need to give them the larger unit, and I move into the smaller unit. So I said, wow, I got some testimony in favor of what we're proposing here, unsolicited.
You're like, well, can you sign that?
Yeah, I should have asked her to come here to tell the story herself.
So I really don't have a problem with that part of the law. I really have no issue with that. I'd like to know where did we get 40,000 square feet? Because the original law was 2 acres, so 1 acre is 43,560 square feet. So how did we get to 40,000 square feet? Where did that number come from?
So we had internally come up with a proposal of, this is for detached existing detached accessory dwelling units is what what we're talking about now, the change. And what was in the original law was that no such units would be allowed in the R110, the quarter acre, half acre, or 1 acre zones, was what was in the original law. And our proposed changes are to eliminate that language and to say that the existing detached accessory buildings would have to be 40,000 square feet or greater. We originally said 1 acre or greater. That's what we came up with. When we went to the Zoning Board of Appeals with that, they said, we think you should be saying 40,000 square feet or greater, not all of the houses in communities where there's 1 acre zoning are on exactly 1 acre. Some are on a little more and some are on a little less. That, in fact, is the case with my house. So they made that suggestion that we use 40,000 square feet. And so we went with that. Now, the last thing I want to share is about the concern, and I can't say I'm representing the Community Housing Board here because I'm coming up with this on the spot, and the members might not agree with me, but the concern expressed about existing detached accessory buildings and somebody building a new one and then 2 years later being able to turn around and make it into an apartment. So the 2-year rule in the existing law was intended to prevent people from building 2-family homes in single-family zones. So if I buy a lot, I can't just build a house with an accessory apartment in it right up front, because that was never the intention of the law, and that makes every single-family zone automatically 1 or 2 family right from the get-go when a lot is being built. So that protection was in there, and that of the 2 years. Now, if you wanted a different protection for a existing detached, well, not existing, but for a detached accessory building, that a newly built detached accessory building, not one that's been in existence for a long time, you could add right in that section B1 at the end of
which is specifically what my concern is.
At the end of that sentence where it says and the accessory dwelling unit is no larger than 800 square feet, and that the accessory building has existed for at least 5 years. You could just add that language in there to address what you're saying.
And that would even cover somebody who built the garage last year. The law gets passed. That person would have last year as a credit, right? And it would be 5 years. It would have to exist for a minimum of 5 years.
Right.
So I think that for me is a big thing. The other big thing that I see is the dropping from 2 acre to 1 acre. I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm probably going to vote in favor of this. Just where I'm at right now in my head. But I know that there was a comment passed that said, well, it's been years and we only have 170 or whatever it is. Yeah, that's because the zoning was 2 acres. So now we're dropping it to 40,000.
The zoning isn't 2 acres for units within the existing house.
It's for
That
the
2 acre was only for
Oh, so I misunderstood.
detached accessory structures.
For detached.
Yeah.
I got you. Understood. So I misunderstood.
That's all that 2 acre
I take my
applied to.
comment back. That's great. I feel better. The other thing that I have a concern about is I know that we keep talking about 800, 1,000, 800, 1,000, whatever, but you can go to the zoning board and vary that 800. Right now it's 800. I could go to the zoning board and say, you know what, I want 1,000, I want 1,200. The zoning board will probably be apt to grant that, right? So when you said something very interesting that I picked up on just a couple of minutes ago. You said other municipalities say a maximum size. Does that mean if we change the language and say a maximum size of 1,000, that it wouldn't be able to be varied? Would we be able to do something like that?
No, currently it says 800, so we're simply substituting 1,000 for 800. It gives a minimum
but
and
it's-
maximum size.
It's my understanding that
They're still subject to zoning board still can exercise the
And
kind of
vary it.
discretion it has for variances for anything.
That's why you
related
have
to
a zoning board.
Zoning.
Let me just add to that concern. This came up with some of the people who are applying for this special grant, okay? And as part of that process, they had to, the grantee, which is Habitat for Humanity, but working with Housing Action Council, when somebody initially applies, they go through the local zoning ordinance to see if it would apply. And if somebody comes and Yorktown's law says 800 and they want to do 900 or 850, the Habitat will say, no, you can't do that because they can't make a condition. They don't know if they'll get a variance from the zoning board. So this would have more flexibility to allow that, at least for this grant program. I mean,
Yeah, I saw the specs today. We sent it.
Just saying
that
you
they would
said-
be denied.
That's for people that are seeking the $125,000
Yeah,
assistance. But for people that are not seeking the $125,000 assistance, you set a limit, and then people kind of push the limit. They say, all right, it's 800. Hey, you think I could do 1,100? You think I could do 950? You think I could do? When you set the limit to 1,000, now people are going to come in and say, you think I could do 1,400?
Well, that's up to the zoning board.
Well, no, I understand.
It's
that.
up to the zoning board. Variances are always up to the zoning board.
I'm Italian, so I know this. This is true.
So,
Yeah.
guys,
But
but once again, and I've made this comment before, we have planning and zoning, which are
Should be the
separate
police.
boards that we do not dictate. They have their set of rules, laws, policies. They have a hearing system, and that's what they're there for. And we have to trust for them to. They're appointed to try to keep the character of the town, and they know their responsibilities. And you know what, I am fine with with the process. I think it's a good process.
I didn't mean to allude to the fact that I'm not fine with the process because I am. So I understand what you're saying, but other than that, I've just
The
just a
human
question.
nature issue?
John wants to leave.
Go ahead, John. You coming up?
I was gonna call you when we were done with public, but is there anyone else public comment right now? All right, Mr. Taggart.
So I'll start with the Habitat for Humanity, which is offering grants of $125,000. I think, right? That's what they do.
Yes, sir.
They're housing advocates, as are the Housing Action Council and our own housing board. Laudable work, laudable goals. We need to think about housing. The law, what this law is doing is loosening the regulations, right? Making it easier to do these types of units. That is what a housing advocate would want to see. The planning side is going to say, well, what is that going to do to this community? Planning is going to look at how things grow, whether they grow orderly, in an orderly fashion, whether it's protective of the neighborhoods that are designed in a certain fashion. And I think that when you look at, A, what this law does, in other words, it goes from 80,000 to 40,000 square feet minimum, which not only probably doubles, but more than that, because I think we have more 40,000 square foot lots than we do 80,000 in terms of zoning. So it vastly expands the potential. The 125,000 expands the incentive. And I think the point that Jay was making about, you know, being a snowbird and renting out your house and so forth, of course that's your right to do so. But it's certainly another incentive to do this. So therefore, there's a great potential for at least some neighborhoods to experience negative impacts associated with what you can do here. That's the thing that planning would be looking at. And that's what I think that the planning board is getting at, saying that in terms of your environmental requirements, you may not have looked deeply enough into the potential build-out that this law will offer and its potential impact on some neighborhoods or all the neighborhoods. And it could be large and it may not be. But I think they're advocating for you to look more deeply at that so you have a greater understanding. So, you know, just as a couple of for instances, Sarah mentioned that there's 179 permits or special permits that were done, and I think someone told you maybe there's upwards of 700. That's quite a big difference. Quite a big difference. Regardless of whether or not they're permitted properly or not, that's a vast difference, and there's impacts to that. I'm going to use the discussion about solar only by way of example, because it's fresh in our minds. And you just got through saying, and we've been saying it all along for many months and even several years now, I think, is that it comes down to what it does to a neighborhood, the solar, right? And I think it's clear, and I'm not talking about your emotional response, I'm just talking about certain facts, is that the major impact of the solar is visual impacts. There are things in the law to handle that. That's not the point. This point here, is that additional housing, additional families comes with all of the impacts associated with increased population, more dense neighborhoods and communities, traffic, school kids, etc., on down the line that we deal with subdivisions, multifamily. It's a whole nother set of impacts that also speak to the character of a community. And so I hope that I had spoke about this before, but I'm going to reiterate it, that I think that's what it comes down to on the planning side. On the housing side, let's build some, let's give some people some advantages to do it. I get that. But it leaves out potentially, some other issues that maybe should be looked at in more depth. And that's
So John,
what I think is
what you're talking about, are you talking about new detached ADUs?
I'm talking about detached ADUs for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, but they're basically new. The ones that are out there now, this law is worried about existing.
No, this
ADUs.
law will allow new units where you couldn't do them before. It will give greater incentives that you don't have to be owner occupied in the big unit. It'll give greater incentives, such as I think Jay alluded to, which I think got off on another tangent a little bit. And with the prospect of having out there from the housing advocate side of $125,000, yet another layer of incentive. So there's a lot more that is available now for people to do this kind of thing where there wasn't before, and that will speak to and have impact on our neighborhoods. I also want to touch on, the subjective nature of evaluating when it reaches a tipping point, which is difficult. I mean, it's fraught with being arbitrary and capricious. Is it 5 AD units in one particular neighborhood that will be, and the 6th guy that comes in can't do it? How will he feel?
My
You
issue
may end up with a lawsuit over it.
My issue is with that is by the time you make the determination that there's too much, it's
There's already too
It's
much.
too late.
Yeah.
Right.
So
Just a little clarity for myself, because I'm a little confused over the 1 acre and the 2 acre and all this other stuff. So right now, 1 acre, you're allowed to do ADUs for an internal unit, I'm going to call it, not detached, in 1 acre in any residential zone.
Yeah.
Is that accurate?
Actually, no, it's not 1
I don't
acre, it's any residential.
Any residential zone, yeah. Well,
Any residential zone.
If it's inside the house,
Primary
you can
house.
do them, yeah.
Anywhere.
Right, and the point is to that is that if you do it inside the house or even within addition, there's much greater chance naturally that it will not have that aesthetic effect of having additional units. That's one thing. So when people, I didn't catch if the story that Ken told was about an internal one or an external one, but if you don't notice them that they're there, then you've done the right architecture and things like that. Not everybody will do the right thing, but doing it internally, I think, is much easier and potentially less impactful than doing it in a detached.
So, based on your comments, it really boils down to reducing it to 1 acre, which is really going to be for the detached ADUs, which is really going to be the push that's going to potentially increase or proliferate. I'll say it's a bad word for it, but increase the amount of people that may take advantage of it, because the other advantage, the other incentives, they're there already.
Some of them are, yeah.
Yeah.
Not all of them.
So what would your solution be? From what, to go to 1.5 acres instead of from
I'm
2
not-
acres to 1 acre, or
Well, I'm not offering that there's a solution to that, or that's actually what shouldn't be done. What I'm saying is, if you look at what the potential in the neighborhoods are for this kind of thing, you may then potentially find something that you want to do. Just to throw it out there, I'm not sure if that's the proper thing to do. So in the 40,000, we have much more 40,000 square foot
no, I
lots
understand that.
than
Hence
2
my
acre lots.
target on
Yeah,
on the number, which I touched on initially. So
Yeah,
why
of course you did,
40,000?
yeah.
Why not 43,560, which is 1 acre?
Yeah.
Right, you like that, right? I learned that in planning.
Yeah.
So anyway,
I picked that
Attention.
up. I'm picking up what you're laying down. Don't worry.
So all right.
Okay, go ahead, Ken. I'm going to wrap up with a lot of comments
This is
later.
a question, and it's a legal question, I guess, and that's that if you were to, and I heard at John's presentation when the work session happened about some of his discomforts, particularly around the detached accessory buildings.
That's how we got to 800 in the detached.
Exactly.
You made a compelling
And,
point.
So if you were to want to make a change to add to that same section, what I said before, and that the detached accessory dwelling has existed for at least 5 years, would that require another public hearing and sort of starting the process over again, or is that not that major that you
No, it's a
could make that
conflict.
change before you voted? I mean, I'm presuming.
I don't think the 5 years is major enough to trigger a whole another public hearing, because we've already had a time restraint on it. So I personally don't think so, but we'll throw it.
Yeah, I mean, of course I'll talk to Adam. I can text him now.
Yeah, why don't you text him?
Sarah, one quick question. How many 125,000 grants typically would Yorktown get?
No, it's not
So,
supervisor standards.
I was going to make that point. The program itself, I believe, had 12 slots.
Yeah.
And,
For the county, correct?
And
if I'm wrong? Or-
in a group of towns
Yeah.
that are participating, Yorktown elected to participate in this program in January of '24.
That's correct.
Along with several other communities. And so everybody's been competing for these, say, dozen grants. There's probably 4 or 5 grants left. So we're not talking about opening the floodgates to anyone who wants can, get
No,
into
now
this
that they know
program.
that we know that there's a grant, they will be tightening the belt really fast.
Well, no, it's
Well,
already, it's a set
I'm just
amount
saying, they
anyway.
always
It's
just do
funded
that.
at a
They-
certain level,
they
and there
put out
may
a
come
certain amount.
another program in the future that would be similar to this through Habitat and Housing Action Council, but the existing one,
How many were there in this round?
I'm thinking it was about 12. I think 2 of them have gone to Yorktown homeowners already.
Oh.
Others, would end up in other communities. So, but it's not going to proliferate. It's a finite number.
Good.
And of course, qualifying is
Good
very,
information.
very strict.
Thank you. Fillmore.
Maura Gregory again. I also wanted to point out that for somebody to utilize this new part of the law regarding the 40,000 square feet for a detached building, that detached building has to have already been there for years, 2 years, 5 years, whatever you decide, and it has to meet all the setback requirements of the main house. Now, when you look at it that way,
Yeah.
how many 40,000 square feet lots in Yorktown are going to meet those?
Right,
So I'd
because you
like-
have to keep the wetlands, yeah.
Yeah, I'd like you to consider that, thank you.
Actually, John, I know there was a question on the planning board memo about the setbacks in particular.
Well, I think that's the question that we're all asking.
Yeah, she answered it.
How many are there? How many
Well,
will
no,
this
no,
open
no,
it
I
up?
understand, but
That's
it
the point being
specifically
made.
spoke about a 10-foot setback, which is auxiliary structure, like a shed.
Right.
But more is saying the house, I don't recall.
Yeah.
Well,
So if it's
The
an
home- the
ADU,
homes-
what
the
is
home
that?
setbacks are
It's not
usually-
auxiliary.
that's another thing. Okay, so think about it for a minute, right? So if I build, let's just say it's 2 years, 5 years, whatever it is. I'm going to build an accessory structure. I can do the garage 10 feet from the lot line. Okay.
But the access.
5 years
but-
later, am I going to be closed out of doing the ADU because I built the accessory unit? You say that,
It's in the
but,
law.
but
You could go for a ZBA.
you can go for the ZBA variance.
Well, all right,
I know.
okay,
And all I'm saying is, what I got up to say was to explain a little bit more clarity about what the planning board was asking, which is the, understanding what the law will do. That's what we do when we do, the last one was the overlay districts. We did a build out, we understood what's coming down the pike pursuant to what the law will do. That's a requirement. So that's what they were saying.
I respect that, thanks.
It's not a matter, I'm not here to say that 40,000 is right, 60,000 is right. I'm not. If the board wishes to expand the housing opportunities, they should do that. But-
Which is what this is about.
You're right, of course.
okay.
Any other public comment at this time?
Okay. Let me see if I can pull together a lot of things. First, I want to say thank you to the Housing Board for your work. And let me put a little pitch in. They need some volunteers. Okay. So anyone who's interested in anything dealing with housing. Where to start? On the issue of the detached, which I think is a very small part of what we're talking about. I think most of these ADUs are going to be within the main house. So the detached are a small thing. I have no problem with changing the 5-year time limit on the existing, okay? And let me just say, on a personal level, to carry over with something Luciana said, at one point, I had my house in Yorktown was over 40,000 square feet. I never would have considered it, given the configuration of my lot and what it would have meant to have built, even with all the setbacks, to have a detached unit. So you just can't say, if we have 40 square thousand lots that you're going to have that kind of potential. The second point I want to make is that if you listen, anyone who listened to that planning board meeting when they discussed this, there was a fundamental problem which didn't occur until about 90% of the discussion was ended. And that's because the planning board only had a half a page version of the changes in the law. The planning board did not understand what was in the law. So the issue of setbacks, for example, which they say in the planning board memo, the law specifically says that the setbacks have to be the same setbacks for the main building. And I looked at the bulk regulations the other day, and they vary whether it's a 1 acre or 2 acre zone, but they are all in excess. In some cases, it's over 40 feet for a setback. Sometimes it's 30. For a rear yard, it could be 30 feet. So the planning board simply did not know.
No, Susan, I'm sorry. They did know.
No,
I just asked John the question, and he actually pointed it out. Like I built a barn on my property. Yeah. I used the auxiliary structure setbacks, which are not the same. My barn is big enough to convert the upstairs to an apartment, but not my intention.
What's the rent
huh?
What's the rent like?
Yeah. So, but I built for this. But who says when I sell my house, someone who has a barn says, oh well, I don't need this big barn. I'd like to turn this top floor in, and I'm not the same setbacks as I am for that. So they understand it all so well that when it's built as something else and converts over, you're not going to say, oh, sure, you could do it, but you have to move the barn another 20 feet off the line. What they're saying is, what John is pointing out is that the ZBA is probably going to be compelled to grant the variance on that because it's a reasonable use, and the structure wasn't built under the law of a auxiliary dwelling unit.
I take exception to your choice of the word compelled, because the zoning board can say, no, you don't meet the requirements because you're going to impact neighborhood character, et cetera, which is another point that two people have mentioned, this whole neighborhood character issue. The zoning, the existing law, that's not being changed, 7 times in like a 4-page law, it talks about maintaining neighborhood character. That is very clear. The issue becomes, do we trust the zoning board? You said we can't determine what the zoning board says, and in many cases, the zoning board, when it's confronting an issue that they think has planning implications, they refer it to the planning board, and the planning board will give them their planning perspective. So if there's a sense that the zoning board, is not going to be doing its job, that we can't trust them to make a reasonable decision to protect the neighborhood character, then we either have a problem with the members on the zoning board, or we should change the law and say only the planning board should issue the special permits because they know better than the zoning board. So, I think that there's an
you can still go to zoning for variance.
There's an undercurrent that says I can't trust the zoning board to do the job and interpret the code and protect neighborhood character.
Susan, my point, no, because you're missing the point. My barn does not affect the character of my neighborhood unless you say it adds to it. You would not know, and I think a couple people in the room may have been up there, you would not know if someone were living there per se, or if I was hanging out there with my friends because Carol kicked my butt out of the house. You just wouldn't know. And I'm hanging out, and I'm having a drink up there, and I have a card table up there, and I'm playing poker with my friends. It doesn't affect the neighborhood at all.
Right.
Matter of fact, I've been told that it adds to the character because it looks like an old style barn.
It really is a nice barn.
Thank you. But to put this into trust, untrust, the compelling factor is if they look at it and they say, here's a structure that's existing and doesn't do a difference here, and someone wants to convert that, it doesn't change the character of the neighborhood. The other points John brought up, it does, where you might add school children. You have a little more traffic, but that's not changing the character.
It does change the character if you have your occasional use there for your personal use. And this came up at the planning board because one of the planning board members said, well, now we're going to have other people living there and they're going to create more noise and they're only going to be 10 feet away. So there is a difference between your occasional use of your barn, okay, and having people living there on a regular basis, generating additional traffic, additional noise, all of the other things. No, I'm saying that the zoning board could say that converting that existing structure that was legal with a 10-foot.
It's either you believe in the zoning board or you don't.
Well, that's it. And I have faith in the zoning
then
board
let's go.
to
Let's
do
move on.
to do
So
its
do I.
job. To do its job.
And I will point out your math is off, because unless they built another auxiliary structure that converted into an ADU, they would be, in my case, it would be 50 to 60 feet away, because I think I'm a 40 or 50 foot setback.
Depends on your zone.
From the backyard, right, so.
Just to be clear, nobody here has said anything negative about the belief that the zoning board or the planning board can perform their jobs to the best of their abilities and have performed their jobs in an awesome way and have done a great job. So there's no undercurrent or anything like that. You can't even have a discussion without labels being put on stuff. It's ridiculous.
And I think there are sufficient controls in the existing law to prevent about the influx, the overwhelming number, okay, that is of concern. And again, so I would go with the 5-year change. I have no problem with that. And I think most of John's concerns was the detached. And the 5-year thing, thank you for suggesting it, I think adequately deals with that.
I think we can trust the zoning board, as you stated.
Absolutely.
Plus, the zoning board has a requirement to notify all the neighbors.
Absolutely.
And before they make a determination.
Yep.
So
Just like
with all
Mara
of
says,
that
they
said,
gotta post it.
with all of that said, you're going to get public comment from them regarding the effect on the neighborhood.
Yep.
So I don't think it's an issue.
It's not.
All right, let's move.
All right, so we want to look at changing to 5-year.
Yes.
Are we okay with the lot size at 40,000?
Yes.
Yes, I think
Okay, so we could make the change and then we could vote after it's on the desk for 7 days. So, do we want to have a motion to close the public hearing with the change to 5 years?
I make a motion to close the hearing.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. And we will.
I feel like we just bought a car and we haven't even bought the car, but we're all fighting about where we're gonna sit in it.
And
But it's still, the car's still coming. Like, we all said the same thing, just different.
No
Thanks, Sarah. Thanks for laughing at me.
And there's no food in the car allowed.
Yeah, I don't even know what color it is.
At least for an hour.
Thanks, Maura, too.
All right. I don't think anyone's interested in the next one.
No, this is what they're here.
We just go to vote?
We could just go straight to the vote. We know where we're going with this one.
All right. Convene
Don't
public.
make me explode.
Stop. All right. Public hearing to consider amending Chapter 300 of the Code of Town of Yorktown entitled Zoning for Battery Energy Storage System. And this is, at this time, banning battery energy storage systems in all zoning in Yorktown, removing it as a acceptable use. I will open the floor to public comment.
And there's the notice.
Here's our notice. Do we have any other? I'm sorry. Let me just.
Come on up.
Yeah, you could. Let me just run through these real quick. We have Woodfield Renewable Partners, thinking there's it's an overly restrictive, affecting grid resilience, conflict with New York's clean energy mandates. proposal's overbroad. It bans non-lithium technologies with no fire risk, and that they're looking for us to extend the moratorium with looking at offering several key benefits to align with the state informed decision-making and technology evaluation. We have a comment from our fire chief, just saying that he'd like to discuss some changes such as place carding access and sometimes to the line of the request of local fire chief, any applicant for commercial charging array solar or battery energy storage project should provide the fire department with the necessary emergency equipment, and such equipment shall include but not be limited to an emergency plug, EV blankets, hose, nozzles, deluge nozzles, and other equipment as deemed necessary by the local fire chief. And that should be actually, there are some pre-existing, so we should be looking at that to include in there and tighten that up. Abaca has no comments. County Planning is looking at, they're looking at some things they want. And you know what, I'm going to leave the county off because I know we have a representative for the county who wants to speak on this. But they talk about a notification law, which is now in effect, and I think we are complying with that at this point. But there are some questions there as well about the safety versus the newer forms of batteries. And then the planning board, existing battery energy storage systems that were approved under the current law must be regulated, so we cannot take the whole law down. Some more planning, some considerations. Well, the planning board thinks that there are some inherent risks, and we could reduce the risks to acceptable levels, require additional inspections by qualified industry experts during construction, require periodic inspections by qualified industry experts of operating systems, require initial and periodic training of first responders, requiring an adequate emergency response plan vetted by industry experts, which can also be used as a training tool for emergency responders, and investigate and determine if additional criteria are warranted. Lastly, the board reiterates an earlier comment that the law, if amended to ban such systems, remain in force to continue regulating the existing systems. This is back to county planning again. I think it was the same. We have from Snyder and Snyder, opposition to proposed amendment to Town Code selection, section 385-1 with the banning of it. The representing RIC Development, is there a representative here that's going to be talking on that? So we will put the letter aside. And that saves us 6 or 7 pages. And that gets us to, we have ESRG as well. And I think I saw some representatives here, so thank you for the written comment. We'll get an opportunity to hear you speak. All right. Please introduce yourself, and we go on.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Stephanie Azadian, and I am a Somers resident. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here tonight to address the board and show that I fully support a ban on battery storage systems within Yorktown. The health and safety of your residents and the residents of the communities that surround Yorktown should be the board's paramount concern. Battery storage systems come with serious risks that cannot be ignored. One of the main risks, which I am sure everyone is aware of, is fires. These fires are impossible to put out as they hold the let it burn mentality, all while toxic gases are being emitted into the air. The problem is not just with the fire itself. It is how uncontrollable and unpredictable it is. thermal runaway is a serious risk when it comes to Bess Fire. Once thermal runaway begins, there is often very little that can be done to contain the contaminated water. We have already seen these systems catch fire in other communities, some burning for days, endangering lives and forcing evacuations. Because of these dangerous fires, we now have clear, evident data from the fire out in Moss Landing, California. The aftermath of this fire is beyond alarming. Researchers discovered extremely high levels of toxic metals in the soil in surrounding communities, specifically in the soil at Elkhorn Slough, a nearby wildlife reserve. Additionally, there have been reports of local residents who became extremely ill and suffered serious health complications as a direct result of toxic fume inhalation. These findings raise serious concerns about the long-term environmental impacts as well as the serious health risks for the residents within miles of these facilities. Furthermore, it's important to think about who actually benefits from these systems. Frequently, these systems are developed by a third-party corporation seeking to profit from the sale of their storage. The town and the residents shoulder all the risks of these facilities, while these corporations sell the energy back at very high rates to make a profit. By putting a ban in place, the board is taking a proactive step to protect the health, safety, and well-being of the residents, as well as the local first responders who do not have the appropriate emergency response training or the infrastructure to fight a Bess fire. In addition to the town putting a ban on battery storage systems, it would also be beneficial for the town to create a very specific definition for the word public utilities within your zoning code. The thought here is to include the definition within the zoning codes to strengthen the town's position on these facilities. There have been instances within New York State where a Bess applicant has tried to appeal a board's decision stating that these facilities fall under the umbrella of a public utility. This definition will simply strengthen the town's position on battery storage systems. Somers, North Salem, Mount Pleasant, Carmel, and North Castle have all taken the same approach. I can email the definition to all board members. Again, I want to thank the board for giving me the opportunity to address them tonight regarding this issue. Banning battery storage is essential in protecting the community. Bess is not clean and it's not green. I implore this board to move forward with a ban, allowing your community to lead by example. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. My name is Leo Wigman. I'm Director of Solar and Energy Programs at Sustainable Westchester. And we are a nonprofit that's been advising all 43 jurisdictions in Westchester County. We've been tracking the solar as well as battery energy storage laws and permitting procedures in all 43 jurisdictions. I can mail you a huge matrix on this. But to be simple about approaching this, and there is a great deal of active regulatory information being developed by New York State around battery safety storage. Battery safety around battery storage, I should say. In fact, tomorrow there's a 2-hour webinar from 3 to 5 that NYSERDA is hosting that my staff will be participating in as well to learn as much as we can to help advise all the cities, towns, and villages on what the latest standards are for that. And a lot of the fire departments we've spoken with are also quite eager to be up to date on these things, and so we're happy to pass on that information to you. The distinction I'd like to make when we think of battery storage these days is to think of it in more or less 3 buckets. The first bucket would be the kind of system such as I have in my own basement, which keeps my house lit during an emergency, and it runs a small sub-panel that keeps my refrigerator going, my hot water heater, a bathroom, and a kitchen. And we installed that at a time that my mother-in-law, who lived to be 98, lived with us, so our house didn't have to be evacuated during the many outages that we have in Croton, for example. So your law currently, as proposed, would allow a small size solar storage system, 80 kilowatt hours or smaller, to benefit the small residential or small commercial pop and mom store to not suffer during an outage. Your law would prohibit anything above that size. There are 2 other buckets that are important. The second bucket is what I'll call medium battery storage. And medium battery storage might be something up to 600 kilowatt hours. Above the 80 kilowatt hours, that's your threshold. That second bucket would be very helpful to every auto dealership or every auto service shop in Yorktown that has a mandate to charge electric vehicles. If you're charging an electric vehicle and your auto dealership, your Stellantis, for example, tells you install a level 3 DC fast charger, and you don't have any way to store energy from the grid, you're going to incur $5,000 to $7,000 of additional electric bill costs for the demand charge from that. And that will go on every month you're in business for the rest of your business, unless you have a battery that's large enough that you can charge either from a solar system on the roof of your facility or that you can charge in the middle of the night, so that when people come to you and you need to charge up a car quickly, you can do it. And that's simply an economic fact of life. And there are a couple of examples of car dealerships that have been able to install level 3 fast charging, which is a larger battery, a lithium iron phosphate battery, not the batteries that have caught fire other places, but a newer technology, a much safer technology that the fire department of New York City approves. That's the kind of technology that's stored at Bedford, for example.
How big is something like that?
That can be up,
600 kilowatt
that can be
hours.
up to 600 kilowatt hours. Yeah.
How big is it?
Oh, that
Size-wise, physically?
Yeah, that would be like the size of one of those little storage units you get dropped off in your driveway, that you put your stuff in that gets taken away while you're doing your. They're called pod storage.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Like a
maybe
10
one.
by
or-
10?
Maybe one or two of those. Yeah. So-
1 or 2?
Yeah.
Like a 10 by 10?
Something like that. Yeah.
Okay, all right, I'm sorry. I
Yeah, no,
interrupted.
that's a good question. So the home storage units are like the small refrigerator you hang on your wall in your garage or your basement,
Yeah.
and the second units are like the size of the storage pod, and the third size are the facilities that are meant to inject into the grid when the grid needs power, and to store power from the grid or the solar system next to it when the grid doesn't need that power. And that is the kind of thing that is going to stabilize the entire grid for the whole neighborhood. And the person who develops that system is going to earn money when they inject into the grid when the local utility says, "Help, we're at peak. We need your assistance now," or we have to turn on a very expensive gas peaker plant that runs at high emissions and high air pollution, but runs for 12 hours and saves us. So it's less expensive for them to draw it from a battery storage system in those times. Those units are, if you visit the Croton Harmon Trade Station parking lot, there are 4 units there that are like a shipping container each. That takes up a surface area that is 1/2 acre. So 23,255 square feet. You said 43,600 before. So it's
Very good.
it's a half
Yeah,
acre.
I'm like, were you in
Roughly-
planning as well?
What?
Were you
No, I
in
just
planning?
heard you say that. And, yeah,
Good job.
just dividing by 2. So that's basically 25 parking spots. I'm sorry. The four shipping containers that are energy storage at Croton Harmon Trade Station is the equivalent of 25 parking spots or a half acre. That system is accompanied at this Croton Harmon Trade Station by 10 acres of solar canopies that cover 1,000 cars. The economic value of that to the grid locally is that the half acre of battery storage is 600% of the value of the solar canopies. In other words, the solar canopy is very valuable, but for every dollar the solar canopy is of value to the grid, the battery storage generates $6 of revenue. And that conversely is then passed on through the lease arrangement and revenue sharing with the village in this case. And that's because of the density of the load in our area, that our grid is particular, that when we need the energy. We need the energy here between 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. when all of us come home and turn on the lights and we have the supper bump. The energy loads spike here in northern and northwestern Westchester. Closer to the city, it's earlier in the day. But of course, if you have a solar system, it's not active at 8 o'clock at night. It stops being active before then. So if you store that energy and use it and disperse it later, that's why energy storage has a very particular value, dollar value, and grid resilience value to this part of the county. And in addition, when these storage systems arrive and are plugged in, that half acre or that quarter acre or whatever it is, 5,000 square feet even of space with 1 shipping container or 2 shipping containers, they can be gated. They come with the internal fire suppression systems. We can show you a system that we have installed that the village of Mount Kisco has installed on its property at our offices in 40 Green Street. That's smaller, but has all the elements of these larger systems. So I'm just here to say that energy storage is, if you adopt the law the way that it's written now, only homeowners will be able to benefit, and every car dealer or every place that runs refrigeration equipment that can't go out in a grid, every medical facility that's got to stay lit that doesn't have adequate generators is going to have to pay through the nose for demand charges for.
So just 2 comments. You had said that it'll stabilize the neighborhood. What neighborhood? I mean, for me, a neighborhood. I grew up on Arthur Avenue. For me, a neighborhood was 6 blocks. So like, is this going
With
to
a
like
park.
stabilize with a park? Yeah.
play handball. So, will this place stabilize, Yorktown? Is Yorktown the neighborhood?
Well, no,
or what's the neighborhood?
Yorktown, as you know, is bifurcated because
I
there's
do.
Con Edison territory and NYSEG territory, and they don't necessarily interconnect. So there's the Con Ed grid and the NYSEG grid. So what these battery storage systems in particular are situated at nodes in the grid where Con Ed feels that they're most useful, and they have the highest capacity to stabilize the immediate distribution grid in that immediate, like 2-3 mile area. Some distribution grids are much longer, but around here it's 2, 3, 4 miles.
So the battery energy that's coming from these are going to be placed, we don't know this, in one of the bifurcated grids that we have. And that particular grid is going to service only residents in Yorktown?
Well, it's a little bit like putting water in a pond, but the point is, the point is that energy. Let's just say that when the 4 battery storage units on that half acre in Croton at the train station parking lot are turned on and they're used, that energy will go into that distribution line, which is a line that feeds down to Austining and up into Croton, heading up Yorktown Road this way.
So it needs to feed Austining before it even feeds Croton
Well,
where it's located.
it feeds the grid, and the way the grid works is wherever the demand is. If everyone in Croton has the lights turned off, that power is going south. If everybody in Croton has the lights turned on, but Croton is turned off, the energy goes north. But the point is that it'll feed from that point outward, and that means Con Edison doesn't have to turn on a peaker plant in the Bronx and send power up. So it's.
I think Con Ed's still going to do that because Con Ed wants to build.
Well, they Con Ed wants to save money, so it's less expensive for them to use a battery injection.
So I know we've spoken to you before. I think
Yeah.
we'd spoken to you about Sustainable Westchester,
Yeah.
about purchasing energy for the town. You gave that presentation.
It was my colleague. He looks similar to me, skinny
Yes,
guy,
yes.
bald. Yeah.
You guys are both very good looking, by the way. Just so, but
Dan
no,
Welsh,
that's
Yeah.
but yeah, no, I remember
So that's the
that.
Westchester
I
Power
actually like that
Program.
plan.
That's our Westchester Power Program, which is a community energy aggregation program, which
Correct,
is
yeah,
a
that's it.
long-term fixed rate supply. So that's a separate program that we offer that has 120,000 households participating in 26 municipalities. But that's not why I'm here this evening. I'm here
No, I
because you
know,
have
I
this
was
battery
just,
storage law. But I just wanted to suggest, in reading through the second set of comments, the first and then the second set of comments from the county planning board, I fully concur with the county planning board's conclusion that your best move may be to extend your moratorium and wait to see what comes out of the interagency fire safety regulations that are being promulgated by New York State and adopt those. And I can give you there are 7 other towns that have adopted a battery storage law that have gone to draw the line in slightly different places, but 3 of them have done it with having 3 buckets. 2 of the other have done it with having 2 buckets, where they simply have higher requirements for the larger sized buckets.
Yeah. Thank you, Leo.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you. That's all.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Vedat Gashi. I'm from Yorktown. I think I came at the right time, following a person who can speak with such specificity and propose to be an expert. I would never propose that I am. I'm here tonight because I wanted to express my full support for the town and its efforts to regulate battery energy storage systems. I firmly believe that large-scale battery energy storage commercial facilities do not belong in residential neighborhoods. These installations raise legitimate concerns about the safety, land use compatibility, environmental impact, and concerns that deserve careful consideration and local input. I also want to underscore that what may be obvious to you, and maybe a lot of the people here, but seems to be so misunderstood, or maybe willfully misunderstood. Zoning is a local capacity. The responsibility and the right, frankly the only right, to make these decisions lies with the town board. Since this law reflects the will of the Yorktown board, it's entirely within their jurisdiction to do so. So I'm obviously, I serve at the county, and I noted that you had a letter from the county planning board, and you mentioned that you had somebody from the county. I presume you mean me, right?
Yeah, but I have Leo too, so it could go either way.
And you mentioned it earlier, Supervisor Lachman, that your planning board here is an independent and separate body over which you don't have control. We're in a similar state over there in Yorktown. Westchester County, the Board of Legislators, our responsibilities and the responsibilities of the planning board are separate and distinct. I would reiterate that we're talking about a matter within local zoning. And we want to support the will of this local board. The guidance, the letter that the planning board, and when I was made aware of it, I began some conversations. I understand that they're there to offer guidance and what they believe to be correct. But then there's also the local will and local responsibility that you all have. I won't pretend to know battery energy storage facilities and megawatts and watts and different sizes. To me, as a baseline matter, as a Yorktown, I live here in Yorktown. I raise a family here in Yorktown. And when we start talking about some of the battery energy storage facilities and the dangers I too am concerned about some of that. I recognize that smaller usages and personal usages, there's places where they could go, but I don't. The thing I'm fairly certain of is that these large-scale commercial facilities don't belong in residential neighborhoods. When I learned about it, I reached out to you, Supervisor Lachman, and expressed my support for the town in their efforts, in spite of the letter received from the county planning board. And I guess you invited me here. That's how I find myself. God bless you all. It's almost 11 o'clock.
It's early.
Our board meetings run late, and that was, I don't know, 9:45 last night, and that was late for us. So, no, I didn't want to submit a letter, though. I figured I'd show up, and sometimes there's people that would, doubt the sincerity of some of these statements, but we want to make clear where we stand and to offer our support to the town of Yorktown and to you all in whichever way you need it as you go through this process.
Thank
We
you.
appreciate
Thank you.
it.
Thank you all.
Good evening, Jay Kopstein again.
Hi, Jay.
Well, that system in Croton is wonderful. If it lights up, forget about Amtrak or Metro north of Ossining for, I don't know, a week. An insurance company, a major insurance company, released a report dated May 6th, 2025. I'm only going to read one paragraph. There is, however, a dark and relatively unknown dangerous side to the increasingly popular energy sources. In particular, lithium-ion batteries can cause fires and explosions if they are mishandled. The type of fires that burn faster and hotter than most other types of fires. When they fail, they also can release toxic gases like hydrogen fluoride, carbon monoxide, hydrogen cyanide, and hydrogen chloride, posing serious health risks. I would also point out that wildfire that they had out in California, the Palisades fire, where lithium-ion powered cars and homes, that whole area is now a hazmat site due to those batteries. Thank you.
Thanks, Jay.
Hi, Stephanie again. I'm sorry. I don't want to keep you, but I just wanted to bring something to your attention. So another gentleman actually said that he was talking about NYSERDA and New York's interagency and how they're having a meeting tomorrow. I think it's important to know that Doreen Harris, who is the president and CEO of NYSERDA, lives in Dwaynesburg, New York. And guess what? Dwaynesburg, New York has a ban on battery storage.
Thank you.
I guess she's a good teacher. I guess she thinks she's a good teacher, even though she's got nothing to teach.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the town board. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come up here and speak to you a little bit about what we just went through and why I highly encourage you to ban any lithium-ion storage batteries in your town.
Can you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, oh, I'm sorry. Roland Ciafron. I'm up in Baldwin Place.
Hello, Roland.
So,
Hi, Roland.
Hi. So when they were going to plan the lithium-ion batteries behind my house, it was 200 feet away. Naturally, we got very, very involved, and they did not build. What I wanted to say is this is a watershed area, okay? You've got wells up here. If one of these things goes off, the thermal runaway, they continue to put the water on the fire, the water dissipates, it goes out, goes into the groundwater, goes into the streams. Before you know it, it's into the Croton Reservoir. If you would have to have a full secret report, and you'd have to have everybody from New York City water system involved with your discussions. Now, I'm particularly sensitive to contamination in the groundwater. You see, back in 1970, I joined the Marine Corps, and I was one of the guys that drank the water down in Camp Lejeune. Fortunately, nothing happened to me. My best friend, he died. He got cancer from that. So I'm very sensitive to the contaminants in the water. I live in Baldwin Place. We had the cleaners, you know about that. We had contamination up there. So contamination from these lithium-ion batteries is guaranteed with the forever chemicals to get into the groundwater. It will be there. Your residents will be drinking it. There is no way of taking that, filtering those chemicals out at this time. So let's talk about the grid. I hear a lot about the grid. I'm a retired electrician after 50 years. I'm licensed in the county. I worked for Con Ed. I worked up at Indian Point. I have a pretty good track record behind me. I know a little bit about how the system works, but not all of it. The very reason why they're going for these lithium-ion batteries is because they closed down two 1,200-watt megawatt units at Indian Point. They created their own problem, and now we, as residents, have got to make up for their idiocy. So now somebody said, "Oh, well, if the grid goes down, this is going to pump up the grid." Well, first of all, the grid does not go down. You don't have outages if you do trimming and you do circuit switches and auto recloses on the poles. They prevent outages. So now if an outage occurs and you're going to get 4 hours use out of these batteries, that's it, at full load. Now, if you could picture what a 160 megawatt unit would look like, it would take up 8 to 10 acres. That's what they had proposed behind our house. It's huge. So if you stick with the tier 1, and that's allowed, that would be a smaller unit that you would have, for instance, for a store or business. I don't like lithium at all, but tier 1 is better than tier 2, although I don't like tier 1 either. So consider the size that you're banning, that you get rid of these. You don't even allow them to come into your town. When we talk about an outage, we have the power up here stored in these battery units. What's going to happen is the Con Ed system operator is going to call the district operator. He's going to tell them, go start opening up all the breakers, send all the power to Millwood, black out the local towns, goes from Millwood to Springbrook, goes down into Manhattan. That's where your power is going to go. You will be the last one to receive the power up here in the event of a problem going on in the city. And there's a lot more. I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, but I got a lot more I could say. Thank you very much for allowing me to come up and speak to you. Thank you.
Hello. Hi. I'm Corinne Simeone. I'm a Yorktown resident. I didn't grow up here like a lot of people, but I am concerned about the battery storage system. And these facilities offer little benefit directly to the residents themselves. In the reverse, they can affect property values and insurance rates. I'm concerned with the safety of these facilities, particularly the risk of fires and potential for toxic emissions. It is not if, but when these fires will start. They spread quickly from battery to battery. There is no easy way to put these fires out. Our volunteer fire departments are not equipped to fight them. The rare earth minerals in these batteries are toxic when burned. They enter the air, soil, and water system. The resulting health problems can be felt immediate as well as long-term, many of which are unknown. Please do not allow Yorktown to be a green energy science experiment. These facilities are being marketed as clean energy, but they are nothing of the sort. It's a marketing tactic by these best companies to sway the public. Add the word farm to make them seem more friendly. To clear land for these is laughable in the category of good for the environment. Habitat destruction, water and air pollution are what the results will be. Transformers and cooling fans run all day and night. They disrupt peaceful, quiet communities. Approximately 70 decibels of noise are produced within 100 feet of these facilities. That's like living next to a vacuum running all day. Anyone I know does not want these battery monstrosities as a neighbor. We deserve to live in our homes in peace with our neighbors, not next to ticking fire bombs run by companies states away with no care or concern for the towns they exist in. Follow the lead of other Westchester communities and ban these facilities from our town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Supervisor and members of the town board. Robert Gaudioso with the law firm of Snyder and Snyder on behalf of Rick Energy. I know it's very late. It's about 11 o'clock. I'll try and keep my comments
we have
minimal.
about an hour. We
Okay,
gotta get
so there are a few things I do want to touch on because there's been a lot of misinformation stated here tonight, and I think that's important. We submitted a letter
Excuse
dated
me,
April.
I'm sorry, one second. Excuse me, those of you that don't agree, we don't vocalize it. Everyone has the right to speak what they want to. This is information for the town board, so let's not get into that today, please.
And let's not shame anyone on the podium.
Thank you. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. So we did submit a letter dated April 22nd, which went through a number of different items. Right now, Rick Energy has an application at 3666 Old Yorktown Road for a 5-megawatt BESS. That is similar in size to the one that was previously approved by the town pursuant to the town's existing code over on Gomer Court, just to put things into perspective. Size-wise, about 10,000 square feet of space. Approximately, they look like approximately the size of 6 trailers. But these are not trailers. These are not old-style batteries. This is not Moss Landing. This is not the size of that. This is not that technology. These are the modern Tesla Megapack battery energy storage system, which is similar to what's over at Gomer Court, if you're familiar with that one. And what we're asking for is the board not to prohibit Tier 2 battery energy storage systems under your proposed code. The prohibitions throughout the entire town, not just residential areas where you allow individual units in residential areas of smaller size, or in the alternative to exempt the pending application. And we're asking you to exempt the pending application if you do go forward with the prohibition for a few reasons. We think the application is unique. The application is unique because of the history of the application, number one. Back on April 11th, 2024, we had our initial pre-application meeting with the planning staff. And September 25th, 2024, we actually filed the pre-preliminary filing. October 7th, the planning board held a meeting. November 16th, 2024, planning board actually attended the site visit. January 28th, 2025, we filed the full application with the planning board. Planning board met, conservation board met. We've been in communication with the fire department, and we've been revising the plan throughout. In essence, the planning process has been working. Your planning board has experience with this type of facility. As I mentioned earlier, they've reviewed and approved the Gomer Court facility, and we've been making changes throughout the project. We submitted a letter attached to my letter from Andrew Welch, who's the Director of Development at Rick Energy, and he talked about how the design of the facility has been modified based on the planning board and the fire department comments. It's located away from the property line, well set back. It's on a property that's a mixed zone, so it's both residential and commercial. It's out of the wetlands and out of the floodplain, so those have been changes that have been made throughout the planning process. We've submitted multiple reports by third parties. We've submitted an emergency response plan, a hazard mitigation analysis, and we've been responding to comments trying to install a new fire hydrant in the area, amongst other changes. Full landscaping, access drive for the fire department, so forth and so on. So again, in essence, the planning process has been underway for a long period of time, and the process has been working. We also submitted a letter from Sean Morris from ESRG. He's here. He'll speak next on some of the specific safety issues. And we understand there are safety issues. We understand that there are people that, that there are things on the internet that may or may not be equivalent to what we're talking about with this proposed facility. So we think that the facility is unique. We agree with the Westchester County Planning Board that there should not be a ban. And, make no mistake about it, the Westchester County Planning Board was acting under its legal authority under both general municipal law of the state and the county administrative code. They are tasked with commenting on proposed ordinances amongst other applications. If they recommend against approval, which in this case 2 letters they did, they recommended against the prohibition, that requires a heightened approval vote of the town board, a majority plus 1. So there's a good reason why the Westchester County Planning Board submitted their comments. And they talked about the need for BESS based on the Climate Act that the state passed, based on all the regulations, everything that the PSC has done to study this. In fact, we cited to the June 2024 PSC order, which specifically discussed the need for the grid, not for blackouts, but for keeping the grid secure, for keeping the grid reliable. And as was mentioned earlier, if the grid goes down or if the grid is over capacity, more importantly, then peaker plants have to kick in. And those peaker plants are being phased out. So there's a whole regulatory review that's been going on at the state level, going back to 2016, 2017, numerous PSC orders. We cited to it in my letter. I would suggest, or ask you to review specifically the BESS order from June of last year, which I think gives a lot of accurate information with the PSC, which is the state agency that's responsible for the grid, has been reviewing this with experts. And the bottom line is, the renewable energy is not going away. And as a key component of the renewable energy, the battery energy storage systems are necessary. So these will not go away. Also, your planning board made the same point. Your planning board opposed the prohibition. Your planning board suggested things that could go into the law that we accept. We have no objection to their suggestions, and they specifically objected to the prohibition. Now, if the town board did prohibit these types of facilities, again, in my letter, we cited to the case law. Whether you change the definition of public utility or not is irrelevant. The case law in New York State is if it's a public utility, then an applicant can go seek a use variance from the zoning board under the public utility standard, not your typical use variance standard. It's a much relaxed standard, just like cell phone towers, just like water facilities, electric facilities. We could go seek a use variance from the zoning board. If we go seek a use variance from the zoning board, then all of the good regulations that are in your current code or that could be in the future code as special permit criteria become inapplicable. So you cannot prohibit a public utility from your municipality. That's from the highest court in the state of New York. That's the law of the land. So by prohibiting it under the local zoning code, it just creates a different path for an applicant that would bypass all of the good work that the planning board's been doing pursuant to special permit criteria that you could enact in your code to further protect the town. So with that, I'd like to just introduce Sean Morris. He's going to speak. He's not a he doesn't work for Rick Energy. He represents a company that represents both municipalities and acts as a third-party expert in the field. I think he can shed some light on some of the safety issues that I know are important to the board. So thank you for your time this evening. Again, in summary, we'd ask that you not pass the prohibition, and if you do, you exempt the RIC application, which we think is a good application. We think it's in the right spot, and it's well underway with the planning board review. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody in the public. Thank you for having me here. My name is Sean Morris. I'm a senior consultant with ESRG. That's the Energy Safety Response Group. And to give a little background, as was discussed, we're a third-party company. We exist and we were founded by firefighters. I myself am a fire chief currently. And we were founded through New York firefighters who started responding to incidents at battery energy storage systems about 10, 15 years ago. There weren't a ton of codes in place. There wasn't great safety protocols in place. We wanted to start keeping it safe for the first responders especially, and inherently also the communities those systems go into. We developed out from that, and like when I was introduced, I've been engaged with by manufacturers, developers, municipalities, state level. ESRG sits on the NYSERDA working group for the recommendations that New York's actually putting out. We sit on the NFPA 855 committees because what we said is, okay, this technology is coming, it exists, and how do we make it safe to go into communities, or how are we part of the system that makes it safe to go into communities and allow first responders, especially fire service, to respond safely to these incidents. I ask you guys to just make decisions based off facts. I'm kind of a nerd. I do research. I like looking at data and peer-reviewed journals, so I just encourage you to look at the facts that we do have. We do know that the prevalence of these, somebody previously said, it's not if, it's when. And I have to push back on that. We know from EPRI, which does the failure database for the entire world, that we had 8 incidents of failure last year in stored energy systems in the entire world. So we know the prevalence of it has gone down significantly, as I stated in my letter, as the megawatts deployed have increased. Beyond that, we say, okay, if we do have a failure, and again, fire service, just like any other public safety, we hope for the best, prepare for the worst. We go, okay, if there is an incident that happens, how do we respond to it? Well, it's through good design, having good engagement, having correct pre-planning. Since Rick Energy's engaged our company, we developed an emergency response plan. We've already met with the fire department. We did a code compliance review. That not just made sure that their design fit existing code as adopted by New York, but also what we know is coming down the line for enhanced NFPA 855 for the NYSERDA recommendations. And to Rick Energy as a good partner, they've agreed with all those, even though some of them aren't, prescriptive requirements. I've also heard a lot about Moss Landing. Again, as a nerd in this field, Moss Landing fire happened. We said, okay, this is a canon event in this field, especially in terms of emergency response and risk analysis to it. And what we saw was a fire at what was the largest BESS facility that existed in the world. It was in phase 1, which was the initial part of it that was built. And then we said, okay, let's look at the data and let's see what happened. And I encourage all you, don't trust me, take a look at Monterey County has an amazing dashboard they put up that basically says, okay, here's everything we did as a response, and here's all our testing. And this is the government testing. There's also third-party testing, but I think sometimes people give a little more credence to public service testing. And it says everything from soil to water to air monitoring, and shows you exactly all the breakdown since that Moss Landing fire. And what they've found, and don't take my word for it, take a look at it, is in terms of air quality immediately after the fire, and they actually, EPA came in, started doing their testing during that fire. They did the water testing afterwards. Someone in front of me mentioned the Elkhorn Slough, which was a UC San Diego, I believe, study that found some heavy metals. They haven't been able to produce any numbers on that. It has all that data on there. And what it found is that the byproducts, when you have the rare instance of a fire in these, are very similar to the byproducts we have from any other structure fire, commodity fire of a similar electrical class. When we meet with the fire department, I've met with Yorktown and Yorktown Heights. We talk about approaching these very similar to how we approach all the electrical infrastructure we have. I hear people say the let it burn approach. And that oversimplifies a tactic where we say, hey, if a transformer falls off one of these poles out here like it does during a storm, you don't go up and engage it with water because A, that doesn't extinguish it correctly, and it's a hazard risk. So that oversimplifies the let it burn approach. Additionally, we know that Moss Landing was a different chemistry than's being proposed in the modern day. New BSS enclosures use an LFP chemistry generally because of its safety profile. It's a reduced energy density, which lowers the prevalence and incidence and stops the propagation. Beyond that, currently all of these enclosures have to go through what's called UL 9540A testing. That essentially, we talk the developers and manufacturers into giving us their very expensive equipment and we light it on fire because at heart we're a bunch of 10-year-old kids, right? And we see what happens when that burns, what gases come off of it. Do we have propagation? So the theory is, does this flame and fire spread from that initial unit and container? And through the passive design, through the active design, by passing UL 9540A testing, what's proposed by Rick Energy, as well as most Tier 1 manufacturers, does not propagate beyond that original container. And that's, as it was likened to kind of multiple, I say Connex boxes instead of tractor trailers, but about that size, a little smaller. The reason there's multiples is the design is, if there is in the unlikely event of a failure, it doesn't spread to any of the other units. Just touching on the fire department, To hear, I understand, I've worked with communities that have much more rural than here, you know, small, very rural volunteer fire departments. I've worked with the largest cities in the country. The response is the same. The equipment that's required to extinguish, mitigate, set up zones, and meter is the same. And, you know, above and beyond that, it's the training and it's the knowledge of these being in place. I, as a fire chief, and I tell anybody that engages me, I don't come into a community and tell them how to protect their community, because I wouldn't appreciate that. So we engage the fire department early. We sit and we develop that emergency response plan collaboratively. So I just want to say, you know, I encourage everyone to look at facts when they make decisions about the risk profile of these items. They exist just like the rest of the built environment, you know, and you've heard the benefits. They exist to green initiatives in terms of energy preservation. They're coming. We want them to be put in safely, and we want the fire department to be able to respond to them safely. So I'm always available for follow-up. You have my correspondence as well, and any of those sources I talked about, I'd be happy to provide. But thank you guys for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Nice to see all of you again. My name is Catherine Honig, and my family owns property on East Main, 571 East Main, the old Hill Farm. And I'm here tonight to talk a little bit about the proposed ban on battery storage. And I really appreciate, I was here a couple weeks ago with Paul Rogers, who is a hazardous material specialist with the New York City Fire Department for years. I think he now does very much what the last gentleman was talking about doing, talking to anyone interested in battery energy storage and safety. And obviously, the most important job you have is to protect the residents of this town. In thinking about the ban, though, I think the ban is overly broad, and it doesn't provide any kind of consideration for the fact that some of the technologies, as we just heard, that are in existence today either have far more limited risk and manageable risk, or no risk at all. So, for example, and I know you have a letter from Woodfield, because I have a copy of it as well, and one of the technologies that they're looking into is an aqueous zinc technology that has no fire risk at all. It has no toxic chemicals, and it's manufactured in this country. So there are lots of technologies that are evolving and providing alternatives, and to ban all of them in a blanket way, I think, doesn't serve the community well, both from the perspective of health and safety, but also consistency of electricity. We're looking at an 11.4% increase in Con Ed rates starting January of 2026. And part of what battery storage does is it does keep the grid resilient and fills in the gaps when there are peak demand. But the alternative to having it is for Con Ed and the utilities to go out and build bigger, more expensive plants, which are much more capital intensive. So yes, these battery storage facilities are funded by private parties, but the alternative to that is having ratepayers pay for the utilities to build bigger power plants to deal with all the peak demand. And as we look at data centers, the increased use of technology in your own homes, just think of the number of devices that you're powering today that you weren't 10 years ago. Demand is only going in one direction, and we have to find a way to deal with it without constantly raising rates on ratepayers. And while this is an alternative to that, and a green alternative at that. So I applaud the town for looking into this and spending so much time. But what I think makes the most sense is to really, and one of the reasons I brought Paul here is for the town to spend some time to understand that there are mitigation that will deal with the potential risks, and that there is a new fire code, as Paul Rogers discussed when he was here, that this code has evolved over a decade and is increasing in the demands, not just on the technologies, but on the mitigation efforts, what fire departments need to be trained, what are all the technologies. And I just recommend that the town take a little additional time to wait for that to be fully approved and to really look into the variety of technologies, because there are some that do not have these risks. And what the last gentleman said about the fire in California, that system is completely different from what the current technologies are. As he said, the Tesla power packs that have also other technologies to prevent the proliferation and spreading from cell to cell to cell, as Paul discussed when he met with some members of the town board. So I think a lot of these are spelled out in the Woodfield letter, but I would recommend that the town extend the moratorium and spend a little additional time to look into the fact that there are safe ways to do this and make sure that the ban is not unilateral. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Catherine.
evening. Kevin O'Keefe, Somers resident. Diana, do you have my paper? Did they hand you the paperwork?
Yep.
It's better to read off the paper than my phone. Great.
And Kevin, I think I missed you before when I spoke about the people who
think it's
serve.
my
Thank
turn
you
to
for
go
your
now.
service.
Thank you, Ed.
I know you're
I
retired
appreciate it.
Marine Corps.
Thank you. Okay, so the folks in the back, as well as myself, as you know, we've traveled across three towns. This is the third town or fourth town now that we're speaking at the podium in regards to opposing battery energy storage systems. And in my opinion, when I come to find out, and not pointing out anybody in this room tonight that may have spoke, but just from past experience, a lot of the individuals that are coming up to the podium that are for this battery energy storage system are either being paid on a salary for working for the company, okay, or a third-party outfit or a safety consultant or whatever the case may be, or B, would be reaping from some sort of incentives that they would get, okay? I, for one, am not getting paid to be here tonight to speak on why I oppose battery energy storage systems in the town of Somers, Yorktown, and in Carmel. I just want to discuss 5 major points that make a lithium-ion battery energy storage facility unfavorable in our towns and communities throughout Westchester County. First, there's a high risk of fire and explosion, which can cause serious harm to residents and first responders. Second, these facilities have the potential to contaminate our streams, reservoirs, wells, posing serious threat to our water supply. Third, we need to consider the liability risk that these green energy companies could face. What is the insurance deductible for damage caused by these companies who install these BESS facilities? And will property owners face an increase in insurance premiums? Fourth, there could be significant decrease in property values that comes with having a battery storage facility in our towns. Fifth, a potential threat to both domestic and foreign terrorism. Risk of fire, I would like to discuss the fire safety aspect and refer to the 2023 Firefighter Safety Stand-Down Manual, recognized by the International Association of Firefighters, AFL-CIO. It is mentioned in the safety hand guide, when a battery catches fire, the water will be used to spray the surrounding batteries in order to keep cool and not catch fire. It takes 2,000 gallons of water to put out a Tesla car fire. How much water will it take to maintain a large-scale megawatt battery storage fire? The largest of town fire apparatuses holds 5,000 gallons of water. Not enough water to keep a significant amount of tractor-trailer-sized batteries cool. Where is all this water coming from? To where a lot of our towns don't have the infrastructure, the fire hydrants of running water, to use water to put these batteries out. Water contamination. It's crucial to consider the potential environmental impacts of battery facilities, especially in cases of emergencies like fires. In the scenario I've just described, the runoff water from firefighters could potentially carry contaminants into creeks, wetlands, and reservoirs. Given that 500 feet of the perimeter surrounding reservoirs is protected land, let's take this into consideration. Any contamination could have serious consequences for the local ecosystem and water supply. The value of properties. The oxides in the chemical makeup of lithium cells mean that once a thermal runaway point is reached, the cells produce large amounts of oxygen, which feeds fire, and they are extremely difficult to extinguish. Burning lithium-ion cells can also emit toxic gases such as hydrogen cyanide, hydrogen chloride, and ammonia, which are harmful to human health and can form highly explosive vapor clouds that can produce rocket-like flames when they vent. Living near a battery storage facility, especially one housing lithium-ion batteries with their associated risk of flammability and thermal runaway, could potentially impact homeowners' insurance premiums and coverage of personal property. Insurance companies assess the level of risk associated with properties and their surroundings when determining premiums and coverages. If you live in proximity to a battery storage facility with lithium-ion batteries, insurers may view your property as being at higher risk due to potential hazards posed by these batteries. The increased fire risk difficulty in extinguishing the battery fires, and the emission of toxic gases in case of thermal event could be factors considered by insurers when underwriting homeowners insurance policies for properties in close proximity to such facilities. Homeowners near battery storage facilities may experience higher insurance premiums or face coverage limitations related to fire damage or hazardous material exposure. If so, who will cover the cost of these expenses? And if a neighbor's property is damaged by the fire and smoke contamination or shrapnel from explosion, what is the deductibles these green energy companies offer to cover our damages? Who will cover hospital expenses due to smoke inhalation and sickness? The decrease in property and land value, vandalism, or even terrorism. In most cases, for example, as mentioned at a previous Town of Carmel board meeting regards to the Somers Mayapack BESS facility, there was no personnel that was required on site. The threat of vandalism at these battery facilities, with young teenagers defacing the large batteries with graffiti. Consider the locations of these facilities tucked away in a tree line or off a popular bike path with dim lighting would be a great location for a teenage hangout. Furthermore, the potential for both foreign and domestic terrorism must be considered, especially since the facility will not have personnel on it. Drawing from military experience and knowledge of military strategy, it is crucial to acknowledge the impact that targeting infrastructure can have on disrupting everyday life. It is important to address these risks by considering a security detail to ensure the safety and security of the facility and the surrounding community. BESS facilities have no place in residential neighborhoods. A ban on both Tier 1 and Tier 2 BESS facilities in Yorktown should be considered. Thank you.
Continued good evening, everyone. Thank you. Ilana Gilbert, again, former town supervisor. I believe a lot of people probably have short memories. But we're talking about, right now, I'm not going to even talk about the safety issues, which have been adequately raised by members of our community. I'm talking about regulation and oversight and what benefits will the town get. And we're talking about, while I was supervisor, just as an example, I had to fight the PSC to hold a hearing when they were just talking about rate increases. The closest forum that they were going to have for the rate increase determination was going to be Binghamton, New York. I mean, I love Binghamton. I went to school in Binghamton. But that did not help the residents of the town of Yorktown one iota. I fought with them, and ultimately we had a hearing here for rate regulation. I believe Matt Slater also had issues with the PSC to try to get hearings here on other matters. So we have a question of whether or not our voices will be heard by the people that are supposedly protecting our interests. And I'm not so sure of that. I have confidence in the town board, but I'm talking about the state regulators. Secondly, the question is what benefits we've heard. Where will the energy go ultimately? And again, Susan, you would know as town supervisor. Ed, you would know as town supervisor, and the current members of the board. We are the tail end of both Con Ed and NYSEG. We're the tail of both dogs.
That's true.
And they have little interest ultimately if there is going to be a power outage that is going to affect significant parts of their regions. We're the last people they consider. And so we won't benefit from the energy that is going to be going back into the grid. And I'm pretty confident of that. We need the advocates of the town to continue to be vigilant. And again, it's the state regulators that I'm concerned about and whether they have Yorktown's interest in mind. I know you have Yorktown's interest in mind, and that's why I know that you will do what's right for the community. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but Mr. Gaudioso raised some improper legal representations. Clifford Davis, I speak to you as a former planning board attorney for this town, and as an officer of the court. Mr. Gaudioso represented to this board that pursuant to the general municipal law, that because there was a negative letter pursuant to, section 239L and M and N, that required a supermajority requirement. That is completely false. Under the Westchester County Board of Legislators, unlike other counties in New York State, made the determination if there was a negative letter that there is no supermajority. So the board can enact zoning legislation just by a simple majority. Next, Mr. Gaudioso represented to the court that it is the law of New York State with regarding battery storage that it is a public utility and therefore he can get just a simple use variance. The New York State Court of Appeals has not addressed the issue of battery storage as a public utility. This jurisdiction is governed by the Second Department. There is no trial court nor appellate court in the Second Department that has determined that battery storage is a public utility. Now, he can argue it, he can litigate it, but there is no law that says it is a public utility as of right now. There is no case law. He can make that argument, it could be litigated, but he said to this court it is the law in New York State as determined by its I believe he said, as determined by its highest court, that it is a public utility. That's incorrect. I'm not going to address the other issues. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mr.
Thank
Davis.
you, Cliff.
Hello, Sean Morris, ESRG again. Just as I hear the common refrains from the community, I just want to, interject a little bit on them. One was the use of water for fire suppression water. In our ERPs and as a standard practice when combating any fire in the lithium-ion battery storage facility, water is not our primary extinguishment source. It's not recommended, it's not very effective, and it's generally electricity and water. We don't want to mix it unnecessarily. So in our ERPs, we work out with the fire department. It's not our preferred extinguishment source. Beyond that, for the RIC-specific project, and I know I kind of talk in generalities, but one of the recommendations by the fire service was a fire hydrant being added to the property. More to provide water supply if necessary, but also for ancillary use. Let's say a vehicle fire for a maintenance worker that pulled up there, or the use of that hydrant for area community, kind of an area improvement. Rick's on board. That's been added to the ERP and been added to the site plan. The other thing, and I hear it often in the discourse against battery energy storage facilities, is the theory of toxic smoke. I encourage you guys, beyond this debate or tonight, if you take one thing away, all smoke is toxic. Please don't breathe it. But when we talk about even the specific compounds that come off, whether it's carbon monoxide, whether it's HF, whether it's any type of particulate matter, that happens in all fires based on what's burning. The plastic chairs you're sitting in right now and the plastic flooring we have right now, this catches fire, we breathe it in, that carbon monoxide kills. It's toxic gas. So to say that battery energy storage facilities create toxic gas, everything does. So it's just kind of an overgenerality in that. So again, I just ask, look at the facts, look at the verbiage, and look at the NYSERDA recommendations, NFPA, UL, reputable peer, reviewed sources that help you see the risk profile of what this is, which is similar to the rest of the commonly built environment. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Jay Kopstein again. Couple of quick points. First, I don't know if the consultant is here gratis or if he's being supported by somebody. He did make a comment earlier about the fire in Monterey and what the EPA said. Well, the EPA said the air I was breathing down on 9/11, the World Trade Center, was perfectly safe to breathe. I've been on medication ever since. So I don't have a whole lot of confidence in what the EPA is saying. And as far as NYSERDA, NYSERDA will do whatever Hochul tells it to do. They're not independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay. Any other public comment?
Motion.
John, did you want to add anything, or no? Okay, thank you. I'll just make a point of clarification. The fire expert that came in, that Ms. Honig brought in was, had spoken to our fire safety people. That wasn't here specifically for board, but he was here and spoke to the town, I think 4 years ago, about one of the projects. So at this time, I'd like to close the public hearing.
I'd like to make a suggestion. Instead of closing it, I know I'm planning to listen and participate in the Zoom meeting tomorrow that NYSERDA, that Leo Wegman talked about. I'm already registered for that. The fire issue is the issue. That's the issue. And I would like to listen and learn more about the situation and what is being done in terms of updating the fire codes on this emerging technical.
Susan,
I would
I
suggest
have-
we just adjourn it.
Well,
at least for another week.
I have no intention of voting tonight. I don't think it's appropriate. I think that we all have questions to go back to either attorney or expert. And honestly, if we are going to consider changing the law again, it's going to have to be renoticed, so it doesn't matter. I'd like to close this public hearing, and then we could go among our business. And if we have a majority of the board that's saying, hey, my questions are X, Y, and Z, and when I'm finding more answers, we'll just have to make changes and resubmit a law. It's not going to change the outcome of anything here. We're not going to be able to just make changes in the wholesale.
I'm not talking about making change. I'm just talking about learning more so I can make an informed
Well,
vote.
but you'll have that opportunity to make that informed decision, and we could vote it down.
Well,
So-
but I wouldn't be able, if the hearing is closed, then we can't submit additional information.
No, but we could bring it to a vote and vote it down, if that's the case, but there's an option on that. So.
You
I
can
have-
also take written comment for 10 days.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
So, good?
Yeah, so can I have a motion?
Is that, the motion would be to close it, but leave it open for 10 days
10
for
days
written
for public
comments?
comment.
With that
Motion. Written
caveat, I'll
comment.
do it.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
So the one thing I want to say quickly is, what I'd like to also see is we update our current code on the regulations and what's going on with the existing best stations, irrespective of whether we ban it or not.
Yep.
I know that that's not in the current law, but I do want to revisit that and go over, our regulations, that are going to be moving forward, that are going to regulate the existing.
I think this is a changing landscape, and we're going to be looking at this probably over the next few years that we're here. So I'm not concerned about that. Things are changing, but let's work on what we have now. We already have some existing regulations, and we'll move forward from there. But I appreciate the comments, and it is something we're going to have to keep, like you said. All right, so we'll move on. Thank you all for your comments. Next, I'd like to set a public hearing for Section 8 Administrative Plan, which will be held June 10th, 2025 in this town boardroom. I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Okay, I'd like to set a public hearing for proposed local law to amend Chapter 381-4 entitled Solar Power Generation Systems and Facilities.
I'd just like to make a note, on the town website, and thank you, Diana, for your office always putting on pending legislation. The last time I looked at that page for the solar law, the current amendment that we're talking about is at the very bottom of a long list of comments from draft 1, which is totally not being considered. It's totally outdated. So somebody looking to see what is the law might inadvertently look at draft number 1. So if there's some way you can put number 2 up on top would make it easier, and that's the current law, or date it in some way so there's a clarification as to what draft people are looking for.
I think that it's obvious draft 2 is the latest version. However, I will take a look at it for you tomorrow.
Okay, just so that we don't see, and just in general, that I think it was almost a year ago that we talked about draft 1, and we're not even considering it, so it should
It
be.
doesn't matter. It's still part of the town record, therefore it will stay there.
Is there a place to put legislation that we are finished dealing with? So it's not pending legislation, to me, implies that it's current, that the town board is still considering it.
Once the town board passes it, then it would go into legislation that's passed. If
What
the
if the
town
town
board is
doesn't pass
still
anything?
considering that legislation, it will remain there. That's a matter of transparency for the public.
What if it's not considering it anymore?
I'm not
All right.
I mean,
Well,
I'm just,
All
I
right.
just,
Okay,
we're off topic here, right? This could be discussed in an email or something.
Not only that, I think that our town clerk is extremely competent in the job she does and knows the regulations and the rules and the laws, and she has pointed this out to me on how it is and what it's supposed to be. I appreciate the education, and I have full confidence in what you're doing. Please keep going the way you're going. All right. So
I'll just make one comment on setting the public hearing. Same comment I made about battery storage. I'd like to look at the code as well and review and possibly update, our current code, our existing code, which is currently regulating existing solar farms, whether we ban it or not ban it or whatever it is.
I think
that needs to be done too.
I think, yes.
Well,
if you wanna
I will add that I had submitted, before the current law was referred out, I had submitted a suggested revised version that was, I thought, an easier version to follow in terms of what was permitted and what was not permitted, and also adding some other language, and the board never considered that, so I guess I will have to bring that up at the public hearing.
That would be fine. Just because the answer was no doesn't mean it wasn't considered.
Well, there was
All
never
right.
any discussion of it.
So did we get a motion on that?
A motion.
Public date.
Oh, date is May 20th. Thank you.
With the
May 20th.
May 20th.
Okay, can I have a motion?
Motion.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Move on to resolutions from the Office of the Town Clerk. We just put it out for public hearing.
Public hearing is
Just
May
the-
20th. You have comments then.
You have to come back.
That'll be another long one, Jay.
You can come to my office tomorrow and give me all your comments, Jay. Bring me a coffee. All right. From the Office of the Town Clerk, authorize the Town Clerk to attend the International Institute of Municipal Clerks annual meeting and training conference in Latham, New York, from July 13th to the 17th, 2025. Authorize the Town Clerk to advertise bid for Mohegan Beach Park District for the Mohegan Lake Bathroom Rehabilitation Project. Authorizes.
Can you skip? There are several of the next, right, the ones that deal with all,
Authorize,
all of the ones that deal with the 118.
yes, I know what you want. Authorize a controller to release a erosion control bond to WM1 LLC in the amount of $500. And that's for 1500 Christine Road. From the Highway Department, authorize the controller to pay Revan Design for professional services rendered to the Highway Department. That is in reference to some changes to the proposed addition. Extend the milling section of bid for asphaltic laid in place to Intercounty Paving Company. From Parks and Recreation, authorize a supervisor to execute a lease agreement with St. Patrick's Church to provide facilities for a half-day summer camp program. Authorize a supervisor to execute an agreement with Wesson and Sampson in an amount not to exceed $5,000 for engineering services to update and complete the Junior Lake Aquatic Facilities Sodium Hypochlorite Tanks Spill Prevention Report. From the police department, approve an overnight stay for a member of the police department to attend the Sig Sauer sponsored pistol-mounted optics instructor course in Hampton, New Hampshire. And that actually already took place. We're just memorializing the approval.
I'd like to go to that.
So would I. From the town attorney, adopt amendment to procurement policy as it referred to housing choice voucher administration funds and adopting the attached policy. Can I have a motion on those?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
118, Susan.
Okay, it's late, but this is important, and I hope people are listening and watching. And Sarah, this hopefully will answer some of the questions that you have. All right, my comments fall into different categories. My first issue is the budget transfer resolution for $551,166. Okay. When I add up what the work that is being done, both the basic improvements in the for the base bid for the contractor plus the traffic light improvements, my total comes to $1,368,747. All right. If you add up the two shares that are in the agreement, roughly 543,000, okay, that Unicorn and the town are paying, that doesn't total up the budget transfer resolution. So I need some explanation about that. Who's covering what costs? All right, because the budget transfer resolution implies that that transfer is going to cover the road improvement and the traffic light. So that's the first question. The second question deals with the agreement with Unicorn on the cost sharing. It's not clear exactly what it covers. For example, as I said, if each one's share is roughly $543,000, we don't know how the traffic light, which is $315,000, is being covered. So I don't know who's doing that. Who's covering the traffic light? The second one is
Susan, let me address it. Let me address it so people don't forget.
Right.
In the agreement, it specifically says that Unicorn is covering it.
Where does it say that? The traffic light?
You didn't read the agreement? They're covering all the costs associated in the two different.
If you read the agreement, just a second, it says. Unicorn shall fund the remaining cost of the intersection improvements, including the bid work, okay? Total cost of the intersection improvements, including design, $543,000. The way I read it, the town is contributing $543, I'll round it out, and Unicorn is contributing $543.
Read a little further down, Susan.
Where? I don't see anything about the traffic light, because my addition is between the base bid, alternative 2 and alternative 3 comes out to $1,053, and then if you add $1,053,000, and then if you add on the $315 for the traffic light, I come up to $1,368,000 and change. So $543, unless it's been a while since
Underhill LLC shall fund the remaining cost of the intersection improvements, including the bid work. For example, the total cost of the intersection improvements, including the design, minus $543,032.44.
Where does it say minus? Where does it say minus?
Right before the dollar sign.
Right before the dollar sign, yes.
Literally.
What page are you on? Because she could be on the same page.
She just
I
read
didn't see
whole
the
thing
dollar
verbatim.
sign.
She just didn't see this minus sign. She didn't.
Minus, they're
What
paying.
does that mean? What are they paying
It means
then?
they are paying for anything and everything over $543,032.44, and they are responsible for it all. Now, there's a possibility, as I spoke before, of either our state senator.
That's another. That I will bring that one up. I will bring that one up. That's the second concern I have. So you're saying that
He's not saying it. The paper's saying it.
the paper is saying that.
See the little minus sign?
So what? So tell me, if the total cost for the traffic light, for the
The
traffic
total
light,
cost is $50 million. We're not paying more than $543,032.44, right here in the agreement.
and Unicorn is going to pay for everything else, including the traffic light, including the 315
Correct,
for the
and-
traffic
correct.
light.
And as I said, though, we need to get. I want the traffic light done as part of the project. I do not want to do by the original DOT plans. It could be the same wire light that's there, which doesn't help us. And I don't want to tear out the poles because it's a totally different pole to do a mast light. So
The
if-
bid specs for the traffic light already specify, and if we're awarding the bid for the traffic light, the type of pole and connection is already in that bid spec, correct?
changed by DOT without any consideration of the cost. Then when the cost came in, we were already speaking to both the county and the state regarding any type of work that they would do. That's how this whole thing started. DOT basically told us, sorry, we're not going to pay or do anything, which I complained to our state representatives about.
We knew
I
that
said-
from the very beginning.
Well, no,
There was
but here's the thing, though, Susan. There are avenues that you go through. I complained and had the conversation. It wasn't a yelling session, and I said, "Hey guys, what is the state going to do if DOT doesn't want to take any responsibility here? Do you guys feel we need to move forward with this like we do because it is a hazard out there?" There was an agreement, and actually, the person who agreed the most was Senator Harkam, who sits on the opposite side of the aisle from me. So he realizes that this is not a political issue.
It's a public
This is
safety
a
issue.
public safety issue. And he said he's going to see what he could do to come back and try to get some money to put into the intersection, which is a fantastic thing.
Oh, but let me just stop right there. In the grant, it says that if Senator Harkam can come up with some money, the first $75,000 goes to Unicorn, okay?
Specifically for the additional
So
cost of the light.
so a private developer is getting state money to put a traffic light in. It's one thing if the town was putting it in, then I could see the state asking.
Susan, guess what? The bid is ours. We are putting the light in. We are the agency doing the job. They are contributing to it. If the state makes that contribution, then I am not going to double dip and tell Unicorn you have to pay that contribution. But that has to be, and I've been very clear about this to here and as well as to the contractor with Unicorn, saying if he's just giving a blanket bid, a blanket grant, it's not going to it. If he's telling me that that's what he's looking to do,
Harkam.
yes, what Harkam is looking to do, then that's what he's looking to do, and
it's
they
public
are
safety
allowed.
first.
They are allowed to dictate how those grants get used, and I have no problem with that. My problem is hearing the accidents in my office happening on Underhill Street.
I'm not questioning the traffic light. I'm just questioning, number one, how it was being funded, and I will admit, I saw a dash, and I didn't take that to be a minus sign. And I think that could have been clarified because it's not clear. The dash as a minus. I never interpreted it as a minus sign. But I still have an issue with using state money if the agreement is that Unicorn, as part of its mitigation, has to pay for that traffic light, that I don't see that the state should give them money. They could give if Harkam can get $75,000, great, all right, and then it could go and reimburse the town for its $543,000.
Susan, here's the problem. We're doing, so there are three phases of the
And
project.
there's more.
Susan, may I finish?
Yeah, go ahead.
There are three phases of the project. What Unicorn is required to do, to me, is ineffective, but it mitigates what they put onto the road. The lion's share of the work that needs to be done is in part two. And that's what's increasing all the costs. But I went by an estimate that the traffic experts came up with, not only theirs but ours, and those traffic experts did not account for the rise in all the cost of materials that have happened since the bid, or since the specs were put in. So the cost to Unicorn on our part of it has increased, but they know that they need to get this done because that's what we want as a town, and that's what we're requiring. So phase one doesn't help us enough. Phase one, there were 3 phases of work, and the mitigation that
Has to be done for phase one.
right,
It
the
says that in the
mitigation is
planning
phase
board
one,
resolution.
right. But phase 2 is like the whole intersection going to.
Oh, you're talking about the phases of the improvements. I thought you were talking about the phases of the construction. That
No,
wasn't
pha-
clear.
Phases of the improvements. Phase 2 is what costs the money.
What's phase 2 of the improvement?
Phase 2 is like widening all the roads, taking out the.
We're not talking about that.
We are, because that's the work that's in this bid.
This work has to do with making one of the turning lanes, with putting the sidewalk on Underhill Avenue, with making the crosswalks, which is another issue that I want to bring up, okay? So, the phase 2, I think, was a more long-term plan for doing some additional widening on 118.
No, that's phase 3.
I think.
It's phase 3.
I think you're misrepresenting some of
Dan,
the discussions at the
can you
planning
come
board.
up and talk about the phases, please? Yes, Susan, I'm misrepresenting. I've sat in on 32 meetings about it to misrepresent.
I've sat in on every meeting about this.
No,
Not-
I mean with
not
DOT.
because-
Even what, the intersection needs improvements. And Unicorn has agreed to do some of those improvements. The improvements kind of expanded once it made its way to DOT. And there's still other things that need to happen in the future in terms of further widenings. But it would be foolish for us not to prep everything up, in particular the mast arms for the
Right.
signals.
Dan, I don't give a crap about that. I want you to talk about the mitigation that they're required to do.
And
Because
how the phases no longer work.
the mitigation required from DOT for the traffic they're putting on versus what we are asking to be done at that intersection. Phase 1, phase 2, phase 3.
Well, ultimately, we want to go for phase 3.
Right.
But it's not in this bid, but this bid considers what needs to be done now to accommodate phase 3. As far as the mitigation, there was a mitigation plan included in the approved set of plans. So that was what was in there, and that approved mitigation led to the agreement that we inked with Unicorn, Soundview, whatever the entity's called, which was based upon, as you pointed out, Ed, it was their consultant came up with an estimate, our consultant reviewed their consultant's estimate and banged it up even further, and that became the basis for the agreement and how much we're all contributing. The other thing, I mean, some of it's semantics, but the thing I would say is Unicorn is committed to whatever the shortfall is, the traffic signal, the general contract, and the remaining engineering work. That's all part of what they've committed to. Now, should we get a grant, I think it's not going to play out that we're giving Unicorn money back. What's going to pay out is we're not going to need to get more from them to accomplish what the asks of DOT.
The site plan approval from the planning board specifically said that the site plan cannot be signed by the planning board until there's DOT approval for the improvement plan. So at one point, DOT approved the improvement plan. I'm sorry, DOT approved the improvement plan, which included all the road work plus the traffic plan. It says it in the planning board resolution that the planning board I think their term is they endorsed. They cannot endorse the approval until the DOT signs off on it.
Correct, but yeah, I think DOT
But,
doesn't.
but here's the issue, Susan. My recollection is the agreement on the funding was inked before the final DOT approval was obtained.
This new agreement supersedes those old agreements. There were two other agreements, so
understand, but
those are
the-
not
but the-
valid anymore.
There still was.
No, they're still valid.
This
late-
supersedes it, because this new agreement is very different from those agreements.
This agreement does not say that everything before this is null and void. This is a
It
new
changes-
agreement because DOT decided, hey, it sounds great. This is a big project. We have an intersection that needs help. It's in 3 phases. They said, okay, we submitted the 3 phases. They said, you know what? We don't like your 3 phases. We want you to do 1, 2, and 3. Then Ed, or whatever it was, much more than what we had planned on, so that everything was kind of budgeted out. At the end of the day, the money that was named that Unicorn was going to pay, and that we knew we were going to have to meet them somewhere because these are our roads with DOT, right? Was already there, okay? Then Ed got on the phone with DOT and other people who had the ability to get somebody on the line with DOT, and they said, okay, this is as much, but you got to get this part done. We know that maybe you could have phased it out, but in order for this to be effective, them to have the development, and also you want the safety, this has to happen.
But the key issue is that, you know, the original agreement set out the framework for us collaborating with Unicorn to get the job done.
Of course.
And that established the number which we're not changing, that our
Correct.
contribution remains consistent from the original agreement to this one, but this agreement is recognizing the reality. And keep in mind, too, we actually had bid this last year as one contract, the general contract and the signal contract. We rebid it, and there was a savings by doing that.
Together.
So now we have 2 separate contracts. We broke out the
And Dan, I think,
signal
I
improvements.
think also when I started on this journey, taking over as a supervisor, originally they were trying to work with the county on a pilot agreement. And
Correct. Yeah.
that went south with some issues that are going on with the IDA down there.
Right.
And that's where we decided to get phase 2 done, because that's where the phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, they were just gonna do their road work under the IDA. And,
Well, we were
We-
never
we
going to
knew.
do phase 3. The original agreement covered phases 1 and 2, and then the DOT came back and wanted parts of 3, just for clarity. Parts of 3 included, and that's where the bid increased above and beyond what the estimates were. Is that accurate?
And the framework of our agreement, in particular, the dollar amounts in there, was based upon our experts' review of their experts' estimate.
Right. And this
you know, I
agreement-
mean, if we knew that going into this, we wouldn't be having this conversation this evening.
And this agreement, to Susan's point, is different because it commits us to the original amount and not a penny more.
Right.
As
Essentially,
opposed to the
I
other
guess I would
agreements.
frame it as an amendment to.
So this
Because
agreement
the
actually
board-
strengthens the
The
town's
board
position.
adopted a resolution that spelled out the original framework of the arrangement.
Well, this agreement actually strengthens the town's position as far as contributions go.
Yeah, at the end of the day, we're in the same place. We're
No,
we're
well-
contributing what we agreed to contribute.
And not a penny
from the
more.
get-go, correct.
Actually, this agreement, in one respect, is better than this is like the 3rd agreement. All right, there wasn't an agreement before, they were town board resolutions. And I'm sorry, I didn't bring copies of those resolutions. I might have buried here the 2nd resolution. This 3rd version, I have to agree, is better than the 2nd, because the 2nd version said Unicorn was gonna pay X, the town was gonna pay Y, and the town was responsible for everything above the cost, okay? This one, at least, now that you've corrected my misinterpretation of a dash, is that anything above Unicorn will have to pay for. Having participated in all the planning board discussions and this, I find the conversation about phase 1, 2, and 3 totally confusing, but I don't want to belabor the point because I don't want to belabor the point, but I think there's confusion and some misrepresentation about what was agreed to in the planning boards, in what the planning board approved and what the DOT approved then. Let me go on because it's late and I have two other issues. During the bid process, as you explained, Dan, the town didn't like the first bid. The price came in very high. So in February, it decided to go for a second bid, and it split out some of the work into alternatives, options, and there were 6 options. So the town had a base bid and then 6 options. At the time this came up at the town board meeting, I said, "What's this? I never heard about this." And Ed, you apologized and said, "I'm sorry, we didn't have a chance for the town board to discuss this, but we're pressed for time and we have to do this, and we just got this information." Okay. Now the information comes in, and now it's already been decided without an open board discussion which of the options were the board, in this approving resolution and in the agreement, the board is accepting. It's accepting some of the options, but it's not accepting others. And I have issues with 2 of the options that you are rejecting.
Which are?
One of them is the planning board, when it approved this plan, it called for 4 pedestrian crosswalks on all corners and the pedestrian traffic light controls on all 4 corners, all right? And that was in the bid specs. And now the town board is considering changing that, okay? Changing that to only 2 crosswalks, which one decreases, or it increases the safety hazard because of the busy intersection, all right? So it creates that kind of a problem. And then it also then complicates because we won't have the controls. And the town board is trying to say that it's the DOT who wants this change, but it's in the planning board minutes that the developer said he was going to do pedestrian crosswalks on all 4 corners. I'm not saying it has to be that. The town board did not discuss the change. If they want to save the money, it comes out between going down from 4 to 2 crosswalks, and then it changes the bid for the traffic light because you don't have the pedestrian controls. It cuts out $96,000 from this cost. The board never discussed this, and this is an issue that I have, that we as a board never discussed whether we want 2 or 4 crosswalks, all right? And we could have a discussion, and there could be a range of opinions, but it was never discussed before this resolution was there. The second option, which has not been discussed, had to do with requiring some milling and resurfacing on a portion of Underhill Avenue. I think it's the opposite Town Hall from the east side of 118, and that would have cost $57,000. I think we have learned over the years from Dave Paganelli the value of putting the money up front to mill. It saves money in the long run. All right?
Well,
That's
still in the bid.
It was not, that option is not.
That option is a credit.
What do you mean by a credit?
That's if we don't replace the shoulder.
No, that's not the shoulder, that's the milling. The shoulder is another option.
Yeah, no, that's what we're talking about.
No, the shoulder was option, I think, number 6.
At Underhill Avenue?
The milling and the resurfacing. It was option number 5. I don't have the number, but the milling was not an option. That was chosen, all right? And again, it was no board discussion, all right? So the bottom line is, I think we as a board, I think it's our obligation for all of us to give input, whether we agree or disagree, but there should be a back and forth, the way we have done with other legislation. I don't know who made the decision. Ed, did you make the decision with Dan and talking with Unicorn? or did you talk to other board members? I was never consulted. I just saw a resolution that said these are the options that we're taking. And as a board member, I think I should participate in the discussion. You don't have to agree with me. You can say 2 crosswalks are fine, all right? But there should have been an open discussion about this.
Well, it was conversation with DOT, engineering, and traffic consultants.
Well, you should have shared it with the board.
I,
Just the way back in February, when you decided to go for a second bid, I had no problem with the second bid. But I wanted to understand, and I accepted your apology. It had to be done quickly, all right? But then why couldn't you, these bids came back in, I think, in March, okay? There was no discussion. It's May now. There was no discussion about which bid to take, which are the options to take. And I think the difference between 2 crosswalks and 4 crosswalks, because the planning board very specifically wanted 4 crosswalks. And the developer said that, I can cite it from an April planning board minutes. The developer committed to 4 crosswalks. So you're trying to save $96,000. Is the safety of our residents worth $96,000?
Yeah, but with that safety you're just talking about.
Hold on one second, Patrick. But
those are my concerns.
So we may or may not be able to go to 2. That's what we're waiting on DOT to put into writing. DOT is saying it's overkill from our conversations on the phone, correct, Dan? That's the one of the DOT.
Yeah, they're willing to do it. And I should point out that if we do get additional funds, our contracts are structured in a way
that we could add to
that
it.
we could add it, as long as we do it before they don't finish all the work, we could bring that into the
But that is
program.
so right now we're going to assign it as 2, but with the right to add on the different parts.
But if you add on at some, is that then part of this agreement, or that's going to be separate, and then the town would have to absorb the cost of doing the added ones?
Underhill LLC agrees to indemnify the town against all costs incurred in the event the New York State DOT fails to approve the revised improved schedule as described in this agreement.
We have
If the town says to DOT, we're changing our mind. We originally wanted 4, you approved a plan for 4, but you know what? We'll go with 2, that's okay. DOT is going to say it's okay.
No,
But I'm saying, what does the town
DOT
board
is
want?
not going to tell us what's okay. It's
DOT
okay because we think so. DOT is going to tell us what DOT wants to tell us.
Exactly.
DOT approved it for 4. They approved it for 4.
They pushed for 4 as well, but
They approved it for
and
4.
they might come back and say, we looked at it and we want it for 4. There was conversation because there's another crosswalk halfway down. There'd be one coming across 118 and one coming across Town Hall, and they feel that's adequate. And I agree. If you don't agree, you could say so. And
All I'm saying is the planning board thought that they wanted 4, and that was in the plan, and I have the map here of the plan, because people coming out of Underhill Farms now will have to cross Underhill Avenue without a traffic light, then come across 118, then cross over. It's a very awkward kind of a transition for them to make.
Dan, is
All
the
I'm saying is the
crosswalk on the north side of 118, or is it on the south side?
south side.
When we go to the
118 crossing,
Yeah.
it would be between their facility and Caldwell Banker.
Right.
Yeah.
It would be on the
No,
north
they're
side.
eliminating the north and the east, the way I understand it.
Right. Right now, it's also where the sidewalk sits. That's the other problem. Because of the grades, the sidewalk tapers down.
Oh, so it's going to be on the south side?
No, that whole area would have to come up then to accommodate a sidewalk. Where the sidewalk sits right now in front of Caldwell is several feet below the intersection. So you'd have to build retaining walls and, there's more to it than just the traffic signal.
Well, maybe that's why somebody decided, let's save some money and let's avoid that, because it is more complicated, it's more costly. All I'm saying is the town board, the planning board wanted 4 crosswalks. The developer agreed to 4 crosswalks. The DOT approved approved a plan for 4 crosswalks. And then once you started seeing the costs, you said, maybe we can make do with 2. And the town board never discussed that. You can disagree, and we can say two is fine, but it should have been a discussion, and it's $96,000 worth it. That's what you'd be saving. And then you mentioned the issue of credits. Oh, one other thing I should say is, I asked, I think it was Monday, I wanted, when I saw the final, that there was a final copy of this agreement, it came in as a PDF. And I don't have the software that translates PDFs to words. So I asked the town for a copy. And the word I got back was, we don't have a copy in Word because I think the agreement was written by the developer.
No, the agreement was written by our attorney.
Who would say that to you?
Well,
Who told you that?
Adam wrote our agreement.
Well, the person
'Cause I
said we
worked
don't
on it
have a
with him.
we don't have
Who
a word.
told you that?
I'm not going to.
All right, don't.
What happened to transparency?
Don't worry, but please.
I have the email if you want to know. I have
that's
the email,
fine.
but
I could tell you
the
that it was
person
written
said-
and sent back. We wrote it, sent it back to their attorney, but Adam wrote it. There was comment on it. Where the final changes came in, I don't remember who sent it to who, but
I wasn't
we
able
went
to
back
even.
and forth.
I wasn't able to get a word version where I
Let
could.
me know
But
in
what
the
I don't
future because I
understand
could
is when
translate it into
when
Word.
you write up an agreement, you just hit save, and whether I wrote it or Sarah wrote it or Diana wrote it, like, that's not why you wouldn't have a Word copy.
Yeah. No, it was saved as a.
Sounds like a backhanded
It was
change.
saved as a PDF.
It was saved. It was saved as a PDF.
Because of the changes.
And there are other times when we got the very lengthy finding statement for AMS recently.
But are we talking about the traffic, or are we talking about Word documents? I mean,
Well,
can we stick to the topic, because
Well,
it
the
is
issue,
late.
the issue was that
And that's it. I mean, if you want to discuss the fact that you need it in Word, we can discuss that.
Yeah, but I
No,
didn't
the
think
issue-
that it
relevant to
edited
what
in.
we're talking about.
what's relevant is what I was told, that it was likely written, that the agreement was written by the applicant, by Unicorn. That's,
Well,
to me, that was the
it's
issue.
mistaken because
Well, that person
Adam
was
and I
mistaken.
personally sat down and worked out the agreement. They suggested other things. We did not accept them. This was written by
I'm
us
sure there's
for
tons of
us.
red lines.
Because I'm telling you, they do not like the line and would never put it down about we are paying no more than $534,043.
Can you explain, since you were involved in drafting this, can you explain under the credit section, it says, in the event that a reduced construction cost lowers the expense of the base bid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, the first $75,000 credit would go to Unicorn.
Providing.
Why would the
Providing-
bid come in, why would the cost come in less, and why would the
Okay.
contractor not want the whole
So,
price?
providing, Susan, you don't want to read the whole part of it, providing that it hasn't been paid for by another funding source. So, which is in there. So, I can explain to you that that's something they asked for, that I know is a snowball's chance in hell of anything in this cost coming in underneath. Okay, everything's gone up again, right, so that's something they asked for, and I said, you know what? That's fine, because it's irrelevant. There's nothing coming in under this bid, guarantee you.
Yeah, that's
And
why
you
I-
agree.
it's
So it's,
strange
so,
language.
so it was,
It's a give or
it was a
take in a
concession of nothing in the negotiation.
It's a negotiation.
And I still have an issue with if we get any state money, that it goes to Unicorn and not to the
Well,
town.
if it's assigned for a specific thing that they paid for, then it'll go. Most likely, it would be given to us beforehand, before they pay for it, which is fine.
So, for example, if we get state money that has nothing to do with this intersection, that state money is not going to go to them. But if Harcum decides that he wants the money to go specifically to this project, then that changes the game.
Right, well,
That's what it is. So
well, and that was
it's
the complaint that I had, and still have, is that DOT is responsible for this stuff. And DOT does not care about our region. They do not contribute the money. I'm not talking about the plan, Susan. I'm talking about the money. They're really good at saying that's a failing intersection, but when you come back and find out that it's a failing intersection and it's a state intersection, and they say, we know it's failing, but there's nothing we're going to do about it. And they, in writing, that there is nothing on the 5-year horizon, because I asked them, I said, I want that in writing, that you're not going to do anything. And they had no problem with it, because they just don't care.
That to me, that's just grandstanding. Okay,
That's-
because
that's-
I think it was
It's
known from
traffic
the-
safety.
But
that-
it's
It was
ours, or it's our constituents' traffic safety.
right.
That's right.
But-
So that's what under the whole intersection there, the town for traffic safety is putting up $534,000, and the developer is going to put up the rest. Amen. Let's simplify it.
All right. So, I'll take these one at a time. Authorize the supervisor to sign an agreement with Underhill Soundview LLC for the Route 118 and Underhill Avenue intersection improvements project. May I have a motion?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Am I allowed to?
No, you're not. So you
can
can,
vote against it.
and then you can abstain and say.
You can abstain.
And Susan?
I'll vote against it.
So vote against.
One's for traffic safety, I can.
Yeah,
I guess it's-
recuse yourself, Patrick, and explain.
I have to recuse myself because I have a family member that's involved with the project across the street.
Thank you. And that is in writing with the clerk's office already. Award the bid for Route 118 and Underhill Avenue intersection. She voted nay.
I voted nay.
Award the bid for the Route 118 and Underhill Avenue intersection improvement project. And therefore be resolved that the Route 118 and Underhill Avenue intersection improvement project base with alternate R2 and R3 and R2D2 is hereby awarded to the low bidder, Abbott and Price Inc., for a total price of $1,053,221 even. And
Second.
all in favor? Aye.
I'm going to abstain on that because I'm not pleased with the decision because that
Okay.
bid
Then
does
award
not
the,
include the
award the bid for Route
crosswalk
118 and Underhill Avenue traffic signal installation project. With the, therefore be resolved, the Route 118 Underhill Avenue intersection improvement project traffic signal base bid hereby awarded to the low bidder Verde Electric for a total price of $315,526.80. Can I have a motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I will abstain for the same reason because it doesn't include the option for
From the
separate-
finance department, well, that's a separate part of the bid regardless.
It's a
but
separate part, but it's the pedestrian
Okay,
pedestrian
from-
controls for the two additional
From the
crosswalks.
finance department, authorize the controller to process the following budget transfer to the engineering department as enumerated below. And this is for payment to Verde Electric and Abbott and Price in regards to the intersection of Underhill Avenue and Route 118. Motion?
Motion.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Susan, how did you vote?
I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I just
Said
blanked
aye.
out. What,
This was the budget transfer.
yes, that I'll vote for.
Okay. Authorize the controller to release, we did that. So I think that's it.
Are you recusing yourself from all of those?
Yes.
All right, can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
I don't have to
Aye.
recuse myself for that.
No, you don't.
All right, I gotta get rid of my babysitter.
Everyone here tonight, at the end, gets a lollipop for staying so late.
Thank you.
Good night, Yorktown.